We're back. Let's go. Good morning, everybody. It's Canadian Thanksgiving, by the way. So happy Thanksgiving to all the Canadians. Good morning. Good morning, Jay. Floyd. Good morning. Good morning, Mayhem. Danielle. Good morning. Let's see some boomskis. I'd like to see some boomskis too. Shima says happy Canadian Thanksgiving to those in Canada. Good morning, Gucci. Good morning, A. Tony. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Tim, good morning. Prince, good morning. We're so early. We are early today. That's because I wanted to talk about something else before we, got into all the chaos. Yeah. So we'll talk about something and then we'll get into all the other stuff. Alrighty. Let's see. Trump is reportedly one of the largest Bitcoin holders in America and over interesting. I try not to get into, my thoughts about the dip from last Friday and how well we're recovering today. The backtracking. I try not to get into all of that. Good morning, Omega. Welcome back. I'm glad you're back. Dennis, bonjour. Ça va bien? Agentos, good morning. JK, good morning. Good morning, Chester. Spikes, criminal. Good morning. I know. Well, we've had a few holidays. Unlike you guys. Omega, I'm not saying anything, I'm not saying anything. Sarah, good morning. Karen Natius. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Good morning. Aria, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How was the weekend? We have quite a few names to look at going into the open, so that's good. Right, ELBM has been a good stonk going into the open. PMAX did really well early pre-market, and now it's just going sideways. STI looks good, right? So, really good retest of the bottom. That demand zone was perfect off the 200 EMA, and so that looks good. NDRA doesn't look horrible. I think it's kind of missing the volume now that it's below the VWAP, so that'll be interesting at the open. So yeah, we do have a few names to look at. Alrighty. Yeah. Perfect. Cool. So I mentioned yesterday that the stream was sponsored today, guys. So I have a bit of a video from the company's website. The sponsored stock is the ticker symbol is HOVR. Alrighty, so we'll get into all of that. So Horizon Aircraft. Alrighty, like I said, there's a video that I want to play for you guys. And then we can talk about the company a little bit and then get back to the momentum stocks. Sounds good? Perfect. So let's watch this video together.
What is a transition flight? Transition flight for an eVTOL like Horizon Skybrite X7 is about taking off vertically, transitioning to forward flight. So that means wing-borne lift with the wings closed like a traditional airplane, and then reopening the covers before descending back to the ground with one complete safe flight.
Kirk, autopilot systems ready. Autopilot connected and ready. Yes, aircraft systems ready. Aircraft systems ready. Kirk, I am ready for auto mission start. Roger that. Auto starting in 3, 2, 1, now. That's 32 meters. There's okay. Close canard. Closing canard. Close main wing. Closing main. Covers closed and locked.
It's a huge milestone for the business. It's something we've been excited to share with the world, our progress. It puts us among a very small group of companies that have achieved this technical milestone. Most of all, it validates the extremely hard work that the teams put in.
The achievement to me, first of all, is a chance to come with a concept, turn it into reality, and make the dream come true. And it's really something to have a concept and whenever it's going to work, but to actually get to take it from the concept stages right through to seeing it fly is just an incredible journey, and it's hard to put in words.
Well, for me, honestly, I mean, it's really amazing and also humbling. So this has been the culmination of about a decade of work, again, with an amazing team that's grown from very small to now quite large, and seeing the technology validated, coming up from the concept all the way through with a very sort of operational focus to develop some technology that actually works in the real world right now. And to move on to build a full-scale aircraft that's going to change the way we move around the planet, it's awesome. Couldn't be happier.
There you go. For anybody that's wondering, that is Horizon Aircraft. Again, like I mentioned, the stream was sponsored today, and the ticker symbol is HOVR. Alrighty. I think that's pretty impressive. Like we live in an era, like an era, where things are moving really quickly. And I think the best part about this to me, the multiple aspects to this, I'll show you guys in a second. The best part to me is like when you think of like travel now, and you have like traffic in the bigger cities, and the trains are packed, and this and that. I think at some point someone has to utilize like the space that we fly in. Not just like airplanes like traveling like at 40,000 feet, but like like the low areas. I think that's gonna be really cool. Another thing I wanted to show you guys is I was listening to one of my favorite podcasts. I think this is why this was good though. Is it's a Canadian company, and obviously I'm Canadian, so it's like a match made in. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But anyways, so I was listening to my favorite podcast, right? And the host was asking Kathy Woods. You guys know Kathy Woods. Her favorite investments. You are Maple Leaf. You know what I'm wearing? I'm wearing a Canadian hoodie today, by the way. So this matches. The host was asking Kathy Woods her favorite investments for 2025, and or for the future, like her top 10 for the future. And this was the list. Alrighty, we'll come back to this list. Okay, so listen to this.
Of course, Tesla, Coinbase, Robinhood. Roku is an operating system for connected TVs, highly misunderstood stock. CRISPR Therapeutics, which is the gene editing for sickle cell disease and beta thalassemia. Palantir, I think I've mentioned in the AI software space. Archer just moved into the top 10. It's the eVTOL company, and it also signed a deal, an exclusive deal on both sides, which was quite impressive, with Anduril, which is the most sophisticated defense tech play, and is growing like gangbusters. So that's terrific. Of course, Tesla.
So again,
Coinbase.
Let me pause that. So Archer is a company that Kathy Woods, like the fund has been loading up, right? Kathy Woods is so again, Archer is a competitor to these guys, right? So you have Archer, you have Joby, right? So I was listening to that video, like I was watching that podcast a few months ago, not knowing that this would happen. But then I was like, okay, what's Archer? Like, what are they doing, right? Obviously, we played one of the videos on stream. So then that immediately took me to this, like to the company's like comparison page, where you could compare, and so this is the bottom of the defense page, right? So again, I like that they have multiple aspects to this. Like there's the commercial flights, Then you have, like the defense side as well. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, Archer Aviation, right? That's the one Kathy Woods has been loading up on, right? I'm like, okay, well, why is Kathy Woods and all these other funds loading up on something like this, right? So I think that's pretty cool. They obviously know something that we don't, right? So again, if you look at the bottom of the comparison page, this is their, again, the link to this is in the description, so you can look at their website for yourself. Also in Discord, so you can take a look. So this is a page where like they've done the comparison flights to NATO, right? And you can kind of see that there are a whole bunch of other big planes on here as well, like the Boeing and whatnot. And you can kind of see that for the most part. Like look at the metrics, right? If you can see that. And they beat out some of these other competitors. Right, so not necessarily the speed. I think in speed, I think they're the second or tight second or third, right? So which to me isn't the biggest of deals. But then you look at everything else and they stand out, including like the cost, which is interesting, right? Yeah. There you go, Rob. Right, so again, pretty interesting, right? Like I said, there are multiple aspects to this, right? So if you look at, like, let's go back to the main page. I think those planes are cool, and I like how they have the covers for the wings, because then you don't have the like potential birds flying in there or things flying in there and then causing issues. I think that's a cool design, right? So faster, further, more efficient. Like another thing that's super cool about this too is like the vertical takeoff, right? So you don't have to like go boom boom, like you don't need the runway. You can land on top of something, like the vertical takeoff. I think that's pretty cool, right? Does anything else stand out to anybody? Anything else? Any questions? Let me know if you have any questions. Alrighty. Let me know. Again, so we have a channel in Discord for the sponsored stocks. So if you ever had any questions, you could always ask those questions in there, right? So we kind of talked about a few pros and cons about HOVR, and right. So we talked about how like it's a hybrid, not just electric like Joby and ACHR, right? So that stands out. We talked about the vertical takeoff, right? So and when you think of like planes or anything that flies, you want to make sure that it's not as turbulent, right? So the anti-turbulent design in the wings, and obviously the preventing the bird poop, not just the birds, anyways, you know what I'm saying. So again, we've talked about how they have multiple aspects to revenue, right? So the commercial flights, which then mean like disaster response, right? So rescuing people from wherever they need to rescue people. The anti, like the air taxi for inner city, right? So again, like travel, right? Travel is going to change, right, with all the traffic. Personal travel, which is kind of what you guys were talking about. We need one of these, for the hot traits convention, so we could pick up people from. I'm kidding, right? So I think this would be pretty cool. Like to at least take flights in these. So Canada, let's go. Alrighty. You have stuff like municipal missions as well. And so I think again, if we go over to like the commercial section, I think that looks really cool inside. Like, look at that, right? Can you imagine flying in one of these? Like, flying to work in one of these? Like, look at that. You have your computer. I can see Shima flying in that. I can see Rob flying to I think that's very cool, right? Look at that. I think that looks amazing inside. Then you can see the the potential like medevac like missions, right? So with the Red Cross, right? Like look at that. Look at some of those pictures, and then this would be almost like an inner city travel type thing, right? I think that looks very very cool, right? And then again, if we go over to the defense section, which we've been to already, right? We have like surveillance, medevac, reconnaissance, stuff like that. I think that's very cool. Again, the link to the website is in the description, so if that's something you're interested in looking at, you can go ahead and do that. Alrighty? Yeah. Skydive. Yeah, there you go. And the last thing I want to look at is the company website, the technical analysis, the charts. So I'm going to reshare my screen here. Give me a second. Alrighty. Look at the chart. This chart looks nice, doesn't it? It looks like it's been gaining some momentum recently, and then we had that sell-off on Friday, which everything kind of sold off on Friday. The three main levels that I'm looking at, though, for this thing is if you look to the left-hand side, you can kind of see that left-hand side, previous top that we broke above on the right-hand side, right? So that was a pretty good breakout. So in terms of like a retest, this level would be nice, right? So that's $2.40. That's $2.50. The actual 52-week high for now is that 350. So 359-ish, right? So if it can break above that level, the all-time high for this thing, the all-time high goes all the way up to $7.20. Alrighty, so I'd be looking for that breakout of 350 for the next push, potentially. Alrighty, so again, your three main levels for now: resistance at 350, some support at 250, and then the demand zone and the 200 EMA, which we know that those levels are really important. That would be closer to $1.40. Alrighty. Another thing that stood out to me too was the market cap, right? So, for example, if you look at the market cap for this, right, 112 million, right? Now, if you look at something like a Joby, and you look at the market cap, Joby is at 14 billion, right? Market cap 14 billion. And then if you look at ACHR, right, the market cap for ACHR is 7.7 billion. So you can kind of tell that one has a lot of catching up to do, right? If it does, then there's a lot of room to the upside. Yeah. So again, if you ever have any questions, you can always just ask in the chat, or you can take a look in the sponsored channel in Discord, and we can answer any questions in there. Yeah, Josh says pretty sexy. I would need less seats and more leg room. This I know. Yeah, tech of the future. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? So, yeah, the work will come to you. The medevac is cool. I think so too, Shima. I think so too. Yeah, I would take that flight too. So, yep. So again, anti-bird strike. Yep. Anyways, so again, let us know if you have any questions, and then we'll go from there. Cool. Okay, let's move on to some of these momentum stocks we're supposed to be looking at today, guys. Again, good morning, everybody. Dan, good morning. Josh, good morning. Martin, good morning. Sock Monkey, good morning, everybody. And happy Monday. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Yeah, cool. Alrighty. So CHNR, ELBM. Some of these names just seem to kind of be going sideways now into the open, which is fine. STI has been the top performing name coming into the open, right? You can kind of see that double top, that 1240, 1250. So we need a breakout above that. And then I'm kind of surprised this one isn't doing anything, but NDRA still just consolidating at the bottom of the range there. So we'll keep an eye on all of these names going into the open. GWH, we talked about this last week. It did well again today. So like 141% on Friday, and then 43% today. So that looks nice. VCIG had that news popped. This one has a history of like, fishy behavior though. Rob, absolutely, I think so too. So we'll talk about HOVR every so often on stream, guys. And then yeah, cool. Okay, let me get the music back on. If it's not too loud. Yeah, Gucci. At the very least, though, it looks like it's consolidating off the bottom, which is good. Right, so hopefully it stays that way. I want to take a look at the S&P, and then we can talk about some other things too. SPY. So it looks like we're gapping up really nicely this morning, which is good. If you guys missed it, on Friday we had Trump announced, he tweeted, right? So again, a Truth Social thing, saying how China was doing this and this and that, which again, which makes complete sense, right? Every country is looking out for the people, right? It's just how it always is. But China was trying to do some fishy behavior. I think though it's interesting, not because of like what was said, right? I think that's completely okay. I think it's just the events around, and how the market reacted to like what happened, and the statements over the weekend. Trump saying, we're gonna be fine with China and everything's gonna be okay. We'll make it work, blah blah blah, and then the market goes boomskis, right? I think stuff like that, kind of seems a bit cooked. Anyways, anybody agree? I'm just saying. Again, I'm not saying that the stuff that was said was wrong. I'm just saying the way that the markets reacted, and all of the other things, something seems a bit yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Can you so Bitcoin went from 120 something all the way to like 104. XRP dropped 70%. So things just crashed like out of nowhere. Like the way we crashed, and then the way we're obviously recovering. Some people can't buy the dip because of the out of settled funds. Like we're recovering before like over the weekend. It's just the part that was super super wild to me though is if you look at social media, there were statements about like 200 people, like over 200 people committed suicide, like crypto people, because their portfolios crashed. And this one famous dude, he had $65 million in crypto, and like the Ukrainian guy, right? um I'm like, okay, dude, like we went from like 125 to like we're back to 104. We were just there last week. Like, why is there so much panic? You know, I get like if you're holding XRP and it drops, 70%, some of these other names, but and it's yeah, Rob, yeah, right. It's very sad. It is very sad. But again, like I'm sitting here. I'm like, wait, like like we crashed and then recovered some. Like if you have 65 million, let's say Bitcoin, right? 65 million, and we go from 120 to like 104 and then come back to 115. That to me doesn't seem like a big difference, does it? I don't know. I just wasn't sure why, why all of that was happening. Unless it was leverage trading, like if you had leverage positions, which probably is what they had, right? If you had massive leverage positions and the market crashes like that, you're kind of screwed. So I think that's what's happened. But anyways, yeah, the markets are recovering a little bit today. Let's see if we can hold those gains and keep pushing. Yeah. The dip was necessary. It's a healthy pullback, if nothing else. Right. Yeah. To control the Josh. Yeah, speaking of rare earth, minerals, some of those stocks are doing really, really well, right? So that's definitely something we talked about this 6 months ago when this initially came up, and we said these are stocks to pay attention to, right? You have to pay attention to these stocks. Nothing's changed. So we still have to keep paying attention to these stocks, right? MP, USAR, REC, right? OMEX, all of these stocks you want to pay attention to. Cool. Question for you guys in the chat though. Speaking of momentum stocks, what's your favorite stock going into the open? Yeah, Doge went to 9 cents. Like, that's crazy. Amevi, bonjour, bonjour. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. What's your favorite momentum stock going into the open? 2 minutes to go. What's your favorite stock? On opening up mining, North America. ELBM. Yep. Again, really nice consolidation on ELBM, right? Above the 200 EMA. Your support is closer to 315, 310. So if we can stay above that, it looks good. And then obviously we need to stop pushing back to the upside, right? GWH, Martin, STI. Yep, STI. I'm surprised a lot more of you guys aren't saying STI, right? So STI is at the top of the list. You're just sitting at the double top though, so this is going to be interesting when we do open, right? So STI double top. We shall see. Yep. If I tell you, it will drop. You like PMAX? I feel like it has it will run at the open. We'll see, right? Again, Rob mentioned this one, and it had a really good run, really good run in pre-market. This is why we keep telling you guys to wake up early in the morning sometimes, right? When the markets are good. Right, so that was a pretty good run in pre-market, and then now we look a bit suspicious going into the open, but maybe that's a good thing, right? So a little bit of support. I don't know if you can even call it that, at 490 already. So let's see if it stays above 490. Markets open ELBM with a bit of a curl of that support, so watch that demand zone. Cool. CHNR was another one that did well, but it's kind of lost the momentum for now. So if that thing wants to move, it's going to need to break above 720. Alrighty, for a bit of momentum to the upside. ELBM is looking good though, and so it's good that it's holding that demand zone. So again, 315-ish, 310. If we can stay above that level, that's a good thing. STI looks like it's breaking out. There it goes, right? Like I said, I'm surprised more people aren't saying STI, but I think it's that double top. Just be careful though, guys, at the market open. If you're not sure what to do in terms of like entries, just sit back and relax. Alrighty. If you're not sure what to do, sit back and relax. Let the markets consolidate a little bit, and then go from there. But yeah, STI is looking good though. Looking good. Sizzle is halted up. SZZL. You can't, Omega? Yeah, either way, though, you're sitting at the double top here, guys, at 1250. So we're going to need to close above that 1250 double top. If not, we're going to get a bit of a retracement. HRM, hopefully you had a wonderful weekend as well. Yeah, ELBM, I like what it's doing off the bottom there. My only concern is that the market just opened, right? Always a bit of a concern. So that double top is failing for now in STI, right? So like I said, if you're not sure what to do, guys, try not to get excited at the market open, right? Because you might get NTATs at that point. VCIG and GWH, not a whole lot happening there, so we'll leave those alone for now. NDRA is retesting the 200 EMA. Already, PMAX is still dipping. PMAX has been super suspicious since the early morning run. Since the early morning runnies, right? So like I said, ELBM is looking really nice, right? That's a really good demand zone off the bottom. That was actually quite perfect the way that it dipped and consolidated off the 200 EMA and the demand zone. I like that. If that thing can break out above 390, it becomes a solid potential play of the day, right? So that is looking good. There goes a test of that 290 at 390. See if we can get a breakout. Here we go. Test. Type yes in the chat if you're holding ELBM. Type yes in the chat if you're in this one. I know some of you guys are in this one, right? So again, really good consolidation of the bottom. Right, so this one immediately stood out because it fits that theme of like, sell off into the open, a bit of consolidation, holding the demand zone, holding the 200 EMA. That's a perfect setup, right? The only issue again is we're at resistance now, so let's see if we can break above and actually stay above that level. STI is dumping. That shouldn't be a surprise, honestly, right? Look at that double top, right? So again, $12.50. You can see the resistance, and it's halted down. Right, so be mindful of the same double top on ELBM, right? We're sitting at $3.90. It's a double top, so be mindful of that resistance. Yes, in the chat. Trying to make trading not exciting at all, Donovan. Yes. I think if you do get excited though, it should be because it's working perfectly to the to your plan, and you're executing the plan really well. Like if you get excited, it should be because of that, right? Execution. Like, damn, you know what? I'm following the rules. Yeah, right. So there goes a ELBM, looking very nice. Ooh, look at that pop, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Right. So clearly this stands out. Yeah. $4.40. $4.40. Winterfell, 382. Okay. We're obviously in the supply zone now, guys. If you look to the left-hand side, you can see that we have all these other wicks right below 450, so I'd be careful there too. So look to the left. You see right there? Right? So this area around 450, there was a lot of resistance there. And if we can break above it, then you're looking for closer to 5. But again, these would be your next two. 390 and then 450, and then the top of the supply zone closer to $5 already. So just be mindful around that 450 level. Chris, okay, nice little boom skis at the open though. Right, that setup was quite nice actually, quite nice. Did anybody have any issues this morning with settled funds since the it's a banking holiday? Yeah, the Aussie market, the Canadian market's closed today. If anybody if anybody so here goes another retest of the top of the range. Just be mindful too, because you're getting some of those higher lows on the candles already, so make sure you're taking gains and moving your stop losses higher. Other than this, most of the other names that we're looking at are still trying to figure it out. CHNR, it looks okay. It's holding the that $6 level, so that's fine. STI is obviously halted down, so let's see what happens with the on halt. NDRA testing the 200 EMA, so watch 840, see if it can stay above 840. And then GWH with a nice little pop back to the VWAP, so that looks okay. Resistance for GWH though is $6.30. Canada, Rob. Canada. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. If anybody cares. Had to deposit to have funds with Robinhood, Chris. Okay. Totally forgot about it on Friday. Usually one entry per day, working on your accuracy. Okay. Again, I would advise against that though. Already. There goes ELBM. Beautiful. Right, so I'm not a fan of picking one stock for the day and saying, hey, this is it, right? Look at that thing go, guys. Woo, my goodness. Boom skis. Damn. So we broke above the 450 and immediately shot up to the $5 resistance level we just mentioned, right? So really nice pop there. Really nice pop. I like it. So again, $5 fill and then a bit of a retracement on that candle. But again, look at these candles. Those are beautiful candles. Again, if you're still in ELBM, type yes in the chat. If you're still in ELBM, type yes in the chat. Because that looks beautiful. Here comes another test. Your funds are not settled. Yeah, we talked about this on Friday, guys. Make sure you have some settled funds or think about it, right? Just in case when we get to Monday, your funds will not be settled. Right? So we kind of talked about that on Friday. Yeah, I think that's the annoying thing about having a banking holiday like this, right? One second. Beautiful. There we go. Brand new highs of the day, guys. I need to look left so we can see the actual pre-market high and then go from there. But that looks beautiful. Beautiful. $5.30. That's 222%. Still no halt. And we finally got one. We've been halted with the remainder. You made $200, Jason. Congratulations. High five. Well done. Love it. You sold at 454. Yeah, if you made monies, Mevi, well done. So we're currently halted at $5.32, guys. Yep. Yep. Right below the pre-market high. So 537 was that pre-market high. So we'll see if we can break above that pre-market high at the market open when we on halt. Yeah. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, right around that range. Beautiful. So again, this thing actually looked perfect coming into the open. That consolidation, the demand zone, the 200 EMA, right? Perfect. So and then not a single red candle since the open. This is why sometimes it's nice that stocks sell off into the open and consolidate, so you don't have to deal with playing with stocks that are at the highs. Like for example, look at STI, right? So STI pumping into resistance at the open becomes a bit of a negative, right? So for now, in terms of like levels to watch for STI, watch for $10. The closer you get to $10, the more support you should have. So watch for that level for STI. Alrighty. And then some of these other names are still kind of looking for support. CHNR, I don't mind this one at all. I think we mentioned that $6 level, so if it can stay above $6, that's not bad at all, right? So CHNR, not a bad name. But obviously for now, the stock of the day is ELBM. 390. You put a stop at 390. If you don't remove that stop loss, Amevi, and move it up, the beating. Yeah, your stop loss shouldn't be at 390. Definitely not, right? No way, Jose. So change that, please. Don't make me find you. I know where you live, and I have the ICE phone number. I will report you to ICE. So move that damn stop loss. Regan, I think if you realize that though, right? So again, this is one of those human conditions that we need to fix, right? When it comes to trading, is like you will see that you're in something that isn't performing, right? And then but then you see something else that looks good, and you don't make the switch, right? So if you're in something that you need to have a plan, right? Like what's the plan here? What's my stop loss? Right? And if it's not performing or hits the stop loss, move on to something else, Regan. Right? And if you're noticing that that's a constant issue, you need to find a way to fix that. Alrighty. So you notice how like we get on stream, guys, right? And we have so many names to watch, right? We're like, hey, we're paying attention to this, we're paying attention to this. The reason for that is we're not magicians. We don't know what's gonna happen at the open. When you have 10 different stocks, 5 different stocks at the open, guys, I promise you're not gonna know which one's gonna cook, right? And everybody's gonna be sitting and watching, waiting to go, right? So when you realize that you've made the wrong decision, you need to make that switch, right? And you notice how like we barely talked about any of the other stocks, right? Because we realize that ELBM is the best one. You need to make that switch in the stocks or in your mind as well, right? You need to make that switch. Otherwise, you're gonna keep struggling, right? We were obviously excited about all of these other names, right? And then all of a sudden we get to the open and we're like, you know what? This one looks the best. This looks the best, right? We don't need to go anywhere else. Why? Right? So you need to make that switch, alrighty, especially in your head, because it's more of a psychological thing than anything else. It's a human condition, not wanting to lose, right? And that usually ends up punishing you. Not wanting to lose actually makes you lose, right? So fix that. Good job, Jim. Oh yeah, was that you asking in Discord? That was a good consolidation level. I will no more visa to come to the US. Yeah, if you leave that stop loss at 390, I will call ICE on you. Alrighty? So yeah. I'm gonna say Amevi. They're gonna say Amevi doesn't sound like an American name. They're like, yup, approved. Visit. So yeah, GV looks good. It's on the other screen there with the scanner. But anyways, yeah, so again, move that stop loss up though, please. Alrighty. We've kind of talked about how to manage these stop losses, right? Yeah, GV. Those are some solid candles there. That looks nice. Again, nothing crazy. That's why I wasn't overly excited to pull it up, right? It's 15%. It's nothing overly impressive, but it does look good though. And then ELBM is unhalted. Righty, so let's see if we can stay above that $5 or stay kind of consolidate around $5. Here's what I'd like to see after the on hold. But again, if you zoom out and you look at that pre-market high, you're kind of failing right around the pre-market high, right? So this was expected for the most part. That's why we pay attention to that level. If you look at this, right, that was the high in pre-market. So obviously when we get to the market open, this level is going to be important. Alrighty, so we can break above that level, and then yep. STI is looking super weak, right? Regan, super weak. But again, to me, like this shouldn't be a surprise. STI clearly had a double top, clearly resistance, right? Like you can go back to, and it's the same resistance. So that was a problem. So for now, you need some consolidation around $10 here for STI if you're still in that position, right? Have a plan, please. Have a stop loss. There goes ELBM with a dip, right? This is why we say move those stop losses higher, right? Move those damn stop losses higher, please. Cool. So we've just gone from $5.34, 5.32, all the way down to $4.30. So we lost $1 on that drop, right? So move those stop losses up, right? Take gains on the way up, right? And you can always get back in a position. So if you're looking for a brand new position, you almost want to wait for a bit of consolidation, right? That 390 was our last breakout level, right? Below 5, right? So that was our last little breakout level there. So let's see if we can stay above that. Alrighty. Send it, Martin. Send it. Send it. Maybe now that this is dipping, though, something else will take over. Right? Nothing is doing that yet, though. Nothing is doing that. CHNR, I still like what this is doing. You need a bit of a breakout here, though, at 7:30. So breakout and hold, and that'll do well. CHNR. The S&P has had a dip, and we're more so just going sideways for now. Which honestly, now realizing that it's a holiday, we might just do this, right? Gap up and sideways, right? It's really early. Usually we don't get a direction in the first few minutes here. It's been 16 minutes, right? So it might take a bit of time before we actually get a bit of a move, right? But yeah, so again for STI, Regan, please make sure you have a stop loss, and hopefully that thing can stay above the 200 and that demand zone and push back up. Alrighty, that's a solid demand zone there, so hopefully it stays above. ELBM is still retesting that 390 area, 394. So let's see if it can keep holding above. Yeah, look at that drop, right? So again, Amevi, did you move your stop loss up? Because even if you left your stop loss at 390, guess what? And this is what I always tell people: like wherever you set your stop loss, there's a 90% chance that stop was gonna get hit, right? Doesn't really matter. Wherever you set the stop loss, it's most likely going to get hit. And if that stop loss is going to get hit, I'd rather put the stop loss somewhere you're happy with, right? So if your 390 stop loss is going to get hit, well, and the stock is at $5.30, maybe you should move it up, right? Because that's way too low. Way too low, right? So let's see if we can stay above that 390 though, and then go from there. It looks like STI is holding that demand zone under 200 for now. PMAX with a bit of a bounce, right? So some consolidation, a double bottom, and a bit of a bounce there. So let's see if we can stay above 440 if you're still holding this. Chloe, let me know if you have a position in ABAT. Yeah, 665. Dan, thank you. Yeah, let's see if we can get there. It would be nice. Then we can recover the rest tomorrow, Get back to all-time highs, please. We're not really asking for too much. Just get us back to where we were before the before the news came out. GWH does look good. I know Martin likes this one, and then GV. Some of you guys have mentioned this as well. So again, nothing crazy, but it's doing well. So as long as that thing stays above that 9 EMA, you should be okay. Should be okay. I think we're still kind of in that phase where like ELBM had a nice run, took away the volume from all the other names, and then now we're trying to decide where the volume goes to next, right? So 390 is still holding well though, guys, for ELBM, right? So like I said, that was that last breakout level. So if we do want to hold the level, that would be a good spot to hold, right? That would be a good spot to hold. Come on now. Can we get back above 450 here and signal some more momentum? ABAT, yeah, they had news coming into the open, Chloe. Gucci says, I got stop loss on ELBM a little bit ago. So again, like I said, watch that 390 level if we can consolidate above. There you go, right, Jim? Congratulations. Nice little scalpy there. STI looks like we're just kind of playing games around that $10 level. I think the problem here though is because you have that VWAP at $10.40. So it's going to need to break above those levels to really get back to the to the momentum. And so for now, ELBM is still looking like the best name, right? Because it actually has the volume and has the price action, has all the ingredients. As long as we can stay above that 390 level. Shimayu and GV. No. Yeah, again, I think this is because Shane, like, there just isn't a plan there, though, is there? When you get into a position, you have to have a plan, guys. You can't just get in and hope that it works out, right? It doesn't work like that. Too many people do that too often, like you get in and you're like, nope, I'm just gonna chill in here. So ELBM is looking really nice. So back to 450. See if we can reclaim this 450 little resistance here, right? So 390 held, 450 is your next resistance. Alrighty, yeah, we do that way too often, where you get into a position and no backup plan, right? So again, I always tell people this, like, when you start to look at the downside, your mindset will change, right? When you get into a position and the only expectation, the only thing you've thought about is gains, when it goes against you, you will have no idea what you're supposed to be doing, right? No idea what you're supposed to be doing. I think when you get into a position, you should think of the downside before you think of the upside, right? I'm getting into this position. What if this doesn't work? What are my losses here? What am I gonna do? Right? How do I manage this? Right? Think of the worst case scenario before you think of the best, right? You guys are like, oh, I want to cross the road. There's ice cream on the other side. All you think about is the ice cream, and you walk into the road. Where are the cars? You don't know where the cars are coming from, right? Like you have no idea what's happening, right? I'm trying to get to the moon. All you can think about is the damn rocket. Is there fuel in the rocket? Who knows? What if the rocket explodes? Do you have a parachute? Who knows? Nothing, right? Anyways, not the best analogy at the end there, but you get the idea, right? Yeah. Today we are crossing the road for Turkey. Yeah. Right. So again, if you're going into a position, again, the intention is I want to get to the other side so I can eat some chicken, right? Well, you need to look at both sides before you cross the road, right? So again, I'm going into this position. If this doesn't work, here's my backup. Here's the stop loss. Here's this. Here's that, right? The other thing that will help you with, when you think of it that way, it will also help you with the position sizing. If I'm like, hey, I want to buy this stock at this price and I know my stop loss is supposed to be right there, damn, that's too big. That's too much. If I lose, that's going to be a lot. Okay, you know what? I'm only going to buy 500 shares instead of 1,000, right? So, like, when you think of the downside, there's so much more stuff that it helps you think about, right? But when you get into a stock and the only thing you think about is, damn, that Lambo on the other side looks very good, right? You're when it goes against you, you're gonna be like, wait, what's happening? I didn't even think about that. Now I don't know what to do, right? And then you're just sitting there and losing money, right? So, yep, GWH looks very nice, very very nice. I'm impressed. Impressed by how well this did on Friday, and then just continued the run again today. Yep, Vena. Yeah, no, GWH looks good. What did Dan say? I want some gas station sushi. Do I have enough Pepto Bismol? Exactly, Dan. Right? Exactly. With my DM, pizza. I'll take a look. The question is, how long does it take him to cross the road? Anyways, yeah, so you can kind of tell though, guys, that we have that support at 390 for ELBM, but then there's also resistance at 450, right? That's not a brand new level. That's one of those levels we looked at early this morning. So again, your next three levels: 390, 450, and then $5, obviously. Alrighty, and then again, GWH has been doing really well. So that is nice. I'm gonna keep reminding you guys of how good pre-market has been lately. So if you don't wake up early enough, especially if you live in the West, um, or right, or you can wake up earlier, right? Yeah, I don't know why I said, but anyways, you know what I mean, right? So East, yeah. So again, if you can wake up earlier, wake up early. Cool, because some of these plays in pre-market have been quite nice. The S&P is pushing. Um, So let's see if we can get to that Dan Max Spain level 665. That'd be nice. Yeah. Starts at 10 a.m. Yep, exactly. So again, pre-market has been amazing, right? We've been saying this for a week now. If you can wake up early because sometimes the market open is a bit more complicated and pre-market is easier, right? So if you can wake up early, play with some of the names and then go from there. Yeah, you live in Europe. Pre-market is bliss, I bet. Now imagine Gucci if you were in Discord and cooking with the rest of the criminals. Yeah, you would have done really well. Ayo, you Emmy, your favorite stock of all time. Your favorite stock of all time. I'll take a look. I'm not even gonna ask for your entry because I know your entry is 0. STI still looks good, guys. It's consolidating off that $10. The 200 EMA in the demand zone. So if it can get back above that VWAP, I think that'll be the unlocking the piece of the unlocking piece of the puzzle, right? So $10.40. If we can break and close above 10.40, I think that'd be good for STI. So again, good consolidation of the 200 EMA in the demand. Now it just needs to push back to the upside. ELBM is still failing at that 450, so watch that 390. Alrighty. PMAX just hasn't gone anywhere today, but you can see that support at the bottom there. So 440 ish, and then yeah. GWH looks really good, really really good, really really good. Good job, Martin. 72%. They sold everything. Pump it. Oh yeah, Peter. Let me take a look. Uh, yeah, there we go. 730. 733. Combo says, when will you allow members with the gold membership level again? I don't know. I'll let you guys know if and when. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know at some point, maybe. Maybe at some point, yeah. I'll let you know. Alrighty. Yeah. Don't forget to hit the like, guys, if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. Take a second, hit the like, hit that subscribe as well if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click that link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Alrighty, come join us. Cool. Again, ELBM is still holding that 390. I think we just need to break above 450 here. Get some higher lows. Get some higher lows. For some reason, we can't seem to break and actually stay above 1040 though for STI, right? So it looks interesting coming up that demand, but it can't seem to break and actually stay above. So that thing clearly has a bit of a problem. The S&P looks nice. So again, has a long way to go to recover the losses there from Friday, but it better keep moving up like that. Dan promised us 665, so a promise is a promise. Bonjour, Savoie. Bonjour, bonjour. Yeah, GWH has been nice. Did you take your gains, though, Savoie? Peter, I responded to your DM. NB with a bit of a pop. New session highs. I'm kidding, Dan. I'm kidding. Bitfarms column. It's been a while since we looked at that name. Already, Brian? Oh, I think there are a lot of alerts coming through with the scanner there. I think those alerts are more so. Oh yeah, let me take a look at you, Amy. I don't know how I completely forgot to look at that. You, Amy. Maestro was asking. Are you planning on selling the position, Maestro, or why are you asking? I just want to understand your question because I know you have a really good average. I'm just looking for your question before I pull it up here. Yeah. Why you let me know. Alrighty, that chart does look really nice. And again, this is something that you've been posting for a long time now from $2. That is beautiful. My goodness. That looks amazing. Look at that. Right? Look at that. So we talked about this thing breaking out above these levels at at $4. From $4, that thing has been flying. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's amazing. Well done. Shish. Diamond hands. Diamond hands. I'm just waiting for you to let me know what you're looking for, and then we'll go from there. There you go. Hey, yo, Bilal, good morning. Can't believe you're like, I'm saving my cash for Monday. Look at what time you're waking up, Bilal. Look at this rubbish. You missed out all the chaos, and look at this. Unacceptable. Yeah, it looks like ELBM is still just consolidating in that range for now, guys. 450 to 390. We're gonna need to break to the upside if that thing wants to get moving here, though. SPY hit a nice supply zone there, 66320, and then retracement. Desta, good morning. Beyond BYND is at 70 cents now. Those guys need to pivot to making like they need to no IPOs today on a Monday. Crazy weekend? Okay, fine. Those guys need to pivot to looking to doing something else. Yeah, they need to pivot to making like the products in a different way, not the chemicals or whatever they're doing. I mean, like anybody would have could have sussed this out from the very beginning, right? Like, really, you think people want to eat fake meat? You think so? This thing was so hyped back in the day, so hyped. Like, look at this, guys. From $250 to a low of 84 cents. Yeah, craziness. $200 to 80 cents. Yep. I don't think anybody wants fake meat, right? So, you mean fake meat didn't catch on? Seriously, Dan. Ridiculous. I think if you're gonna do something like this, it has to be plant-based, like something, right? Like a real option that can catch on. Um, when you start doing stuff like that in the lab, I don't think we're quite there yet. maybe in 50 in 100 years, right? Maybe in 100 years when we no longer have food, we can't grow food. We live on the moon, and we have to eat fake food. Then okay, cool, maybe, right? Until then, get this rubbish out of here. Get this rubbish out of here. But yeah, for now, yeah, maybe of that 70-80 cents. Nice swing play, Pyro. Yeah. If they can pivot though and do something else now that the stock is in the abyss, maybe that might be a really good bottom. I saw a trade and took it. Good, Pyro. That's how it should be, right? Real criminal behavior. I like it. I like it. ELBM, we still like this name. It just seems to be consolidating for now in that range though. So we need a breakout to the upside. And looks like the S&P recovered the dip there, back to retesting the supply zone. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, right? Like plant-based, right? Plant-based or like other like substitutes for protein. Yeah, that's easy, right? People eat plant-based stuff all the time, all the time. Now, when you start growing stuff in the lab with chemicals, then that's a different story. Yeah, different story. Yeah. The Soylent Green, Dan. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Damn, SB. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Raven. Good morning. Good morning. When is this thing gonna go boomskis, guys? ELBM. Again, we are holding the range really nicely. We do need to break to the upside though. Need some momentum to the upside. The S&P is having a really hard time with that supply zone though. Looks like that level is you can tell by the difference in color, right? So the thicker the red, the stronger it is in terms of resistance. So you can clearly see the double top at 663 something, right? So clearly that's a problem because this is the second time we've been there and it's lost $1 twice now from that level. So if it can clear that level, that'd be good. ELBM, obviously, we like. There it goes. There it goes, guys. There it goes. There it goes. Let's see if that candle can actually close above, though. Right. So clearly, this has been our favorite name this morning, right? And trying to give us the boom skis. That candle does need to close above 450 and actually consolidate above, and then we can start pushing to the upside. So we're retesting the downtrend now too at 470. Type yes in the chat if you bought the dip on ELBM or if you're still in the position. Type yes in the chat. And again, the reason we keep coming back to this is because what else is flying, right? Nothing else is taking away the volume. Nothing else, right? So we stay with the one that's actually consolidating and still looking good. Still holding Omega. Good jobs. There goes 470. So again, now we're venturing into a supply zone. Just be mindful. Your time to take a position was closer to the bottom there at $394 than it is at a supply zone, right? So just be mindful at the supply zone. Yeah, that thing loves to pump. Savoir loves. Snipes, you guys should all be green on if you're in a position. Should all be green. So again, just be mindful that we do have a supply zone there, closer to 470-ish, right? Would be nice if we broke above and just flew to $5. That'd be nice. Here we go. Here we go. Shannon, what's your position in BBI? Let me know. If you have a question, guys, help me out with the actual question. And I'll take a look, I promise. Yeah. That's crazy. 490. Let's go, Floyd. I like the scalp a lot. Well done. Good job. Good job. Mevi, what happened? So again, if you took the gains closer to 5 for Mevi, you could have got back in at 390 and then you're back to $5 again, right? So that's what I mean. Like, you don't need to leave that stop loss at 0 and then, and then just kind of watch it go back and forth. right? So there we go. We're back to retesting $5 again. That's our next resistance, right? So we break above 450, we go for $5. The next resistance. We break above 5 when we hold, we go for that previous pre-market high, right? So supply zone. How can we set our supply zones for the watch list that make so the supply zones are based on an indicator, basically resistance combo. Here we go, guys. So we break above $5, we go for the next resistance, right? So ELBM is looking very nice. Woo wee! Brand new highs of the day. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. ELBM. $5.50, guys. Again, move your stop losses up or take the gains on the way up, right? Beautiful. Is this the best stock of the day, guys? I think so, right? I think so. I think so. Yeah, I think so. So again, take your gains on the way up or move your stop losses higher, please. Thank you. Omega is asking for $10, guys. $10. When 10? Looking good. Looking good. Let's see. I just fear it will keep running and stop loss out, but seeing your stream on to a tighter stop, Gucci. Good. Good, good, good. For the price, I got back in at 4. So you got back in at 448. So on the breakout, what percentage do you recommend leaving stop loss from the price? I don't think it's more. I don't think it's a percentage. It's more of like the levels you're looking at, right? It's more of the levels you want to be paying attention to rather than the percentage because it doesn't always match. So for now, your next potential support, if we can even call it that, would be $5. Right. So we need to stay above $5 in consolidate because we haven't closed above that previous high yet. So we can't really use anything else other than $5 and hope that we stay above 5. Alrighty. At the very least, you stay green in that position, though, Gucci. Yeah. Do trades settle tomorrow, Christopher? They do. Yeah, Tuesday. So they settle tomorrow. Yeah, the S&P's had a really hard time with that resistance at the top there. So Dan's busy shorting it. Shorting NQ. NAM is looking good. Brand new session highs. NAMM. I know. I think Jim, you sold already though, right? Yeah, NAM is done well. Let me pull up NAM. NAM sounds like food. It's also a mineral play, right? So obviously it's gaining some attention. But yeah, NAM does look really good actually. We talked about this in pre-market and we said as long as we stay above that 360, right? So 360 was a really nice base. If you actually compare, NAM to ELBM, the charts look very similar in the way that they came into the open. Yeah. So yeah, that was a really solid bounce. Actually, you sold and that thing came all the way back down, Jim, and then popped again. So yeah, that looks good. And then we're retesting $5 here for ELBM because we're in a brand new range, right? So we can call it 550-ish resistance, and then $5 with psychological level for support if we can even call it support yet, because it hasn't really been tested a whole lot. Apple's Jeffrey wants tariffs could squeeze Apple margins. We knew that a while ago. These dudes need to relax. We've known that for some time now. So analysts are so useless. It's not even funny. Michael, what's your position? What's your question for NAK? STI is halted up. It is halted up. Yeah, look at that demand zone though for STI. It's about time. Regan, are you still in the position? What's your entry price, by the way? I hope you're green on this position. Alrighty, I hope you're green. So again, that demand zone held, the green zone, right? So the thicker the green zone, the better it is. So Nice little base there. And NAM hit brand new highs at $4.40. You can tell that the float on this is a low just because of the way the candles are moving there. Yeah, nice pop. Yeah, Regan, hopefully you're back to green at the very least. Thank you, Tender. Yeah, so there's another commonality there. Michael, of course, what's your position though? Like, are you in a position or are you looking for an entry? Right? Because I promise you it helps. It changes the way that, I look at these things sometimes. Not just the technicals, right? I'll take a look. Yeah, XPON with a bit of a pop. XSpawn. You're looking for potential entry. There you go. See that really changes. CHNR is still looking good. Is anybody holding this one? CHNR. This still looks good to me. Still looks good. I think if you bought a position closer to $6, that level has been a really good level. Right, a really good level off the bottom there. So as long as it continues to hold, that's a good thing. Again, NAM looks really good. So congratulations if you're holding this. Alrighty, and then let me take a look at NAK. You're looking for an entry. Yeah, again, if you have a question, please clarify the question, and I'll take a closer look. Yeah, so 16%. The volume seems okay on this. Let me see what the daily looks like. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Look at that, right? $2.40 is resistance right there. So yeah, again, these are daily candles. So each candle you see here is worth a day, right? And if I go back, look at this level. Like, look at this. This goes all the way back to 2017. That's crazy, isn't it? Right? 240 to 250, 2017. Every time we got to this level since 2017, slap, 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 right? So you want to be very careful. So if this is something you're interested in, Michael, you need a dip or you need a break above 240 to 250. Alrighty. So I would honestly just wait for a break above 240, 250. Alrighty. Or let it dip all the way back down and retest closer to $2 is what I would be looking for. Cool. So again, that's why I'm usually asking, what's your question, rather than just, Efren, what's your question for Tilray? Earlier with the stop loss never hit, so was holding right around break even now, Regan. Okay, sounds good. Hopefully it on holds and it pushes higher, so you can make some more monies. Alrighty. Hopefully. So I asked earlier if Ola, you're holding. Nice, you're holding as well. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I like the way CHNR looks. It needs to break above 750 though, for that next push. So if you can get a breakout above 750 for CHNR, I think that'd be good. NAM looks really nice. So Rob's smiling. Rob, I can see your smile all the way through the clouds, So again, these mineral plays are looking very nice. Very, very nice. Luca, you're looking for an entry where? There goes 470, 480, guys. NAM is flying there now. That was a really good breakout. Really, really good break. I'll take a look at Efrain. I'll take a look at Tilray. I'll take a look. Just give me a second. Again, hopefully you took some gains on ELBM, guys. Mevi, what are you doing? Talk to me. So again, a double top pre-market high, and now we're retracing. So this shouldn't be a surprise. It should not be a surprise already. So that pre-market level is always going to be very important. So your next support is 450 on this. Alrighty. Yeah, NAM is looking very nice. This sounds like something you eat, the NAM bread. The NAM. Yeah, NAM looks very good. You're down on PMAX. Do you have a stop loss on that? Two. Beautiful. From 6, Savoie. I like it. Made my money this pre-market and CHNR. Beautiful. Yep. Yeah, so it looks like we just retested that 750 again for CHNR and failed. So this thing really needs to break above this level. Alrighty. Really needs to break above that resistance there. No, yeah, the naan bread, right? The naan bread is Indian food. But yeah, the nam. Yeah, I like it. So it sounds like something delicious. I mean, the way the stock moved, yeah, I'd want to eat that. Anyways. I like it. If I can stop dropping stuff, Anyways, STI unhalted and ran to $12. Regan, did you take your monies? Because you should have been pretty close to break. You should have been green on that position, right? So $12, and then we're back to 11. Regan, what did you do? Let me know. I have your address and I have the ICE phone number. So let's go, Amevi. Got out 5:30. You made $357. You're good for today. Beautiful. Give me a high five. Well done. Love it. Let's see. Who can we thank for all these Monday morning pumps? I say we thank the pre-market Florida criminals like Rob. Do more, please. Do more. Yeah. Click on that link in the chat, guys. And Peter added some new merch to the store. Alrighty, so especially for those of you that hate stop losses. Yeah. uh, uh, there we go. Pablo, of course. Let me take a look. So I've missed a few questions. Tilray, let me take a look at Tilray. You're looking for an entry in Tilray? Tilray is down 4% today. Let me look at that daily. I just want to see what those levels look like on the daily. Yeah, so clearly Tilray ran into a resistance again. This is why we zoom out, guys, because sometimes it's too obvious, right? Sometimes it's just too obvious. If you go back 6 months, you're like, damn, Tilray, can you make it any more obvious? Like every time you're gonna fail at this spot, every time it's done the exact same thing. This is why it's important to look at the daily charts, right? Very important to look, right? So a lot of resistance between 220 and 230 for Tilray. In terms of support, I'd be looking for more of a retest, closer to $1.50. So the closer you are to $1.50, that'll be your next level to watch. If it's consolidating, if it breaks below that level, though, you're looking for $1. Alrighty, so those would be my next two levels I'd be paying attention to. Alrighty, yeah, beautiful, Rob. Regan, did you take those gains? I'm gonna find you, Regan. So Rob sold at 11.85, right? You notice how the criminals are getting in and out. Regan, did you sell? Did you sell? Let me know. Don't make me find you. Beautiful ELBM. That looks like a nice cup and handle, doesn't it? Right? Looks like a nice cup and handle. Maybe this time we can actually cook and not look back. And maybe this time, so we need to close above that pre-market resistance. Let's go, Yogi. Come on now. 970 to 1165. Beautiful. Love it. Again, Regan, you notice how the criminals are selling at resistance, right? You don't need a second invitation, right? This thing is looking better now, right? Looking better, but it's also gone from resistance at 12 and back to 1040. That's a pretty big drop, right? So you could be scalping that thing. So, but now hopefully it stays above that 1040 and pushes back to 12. But don't get in the habit of staying too long. Yeah. So again, yeah, NAM hit a high of 495 and then back to retesting 420. And again, you can still see that this level is major resistance here for ELBM. So if it can break and close above that, then it's ready. Ready for push. CHNR still failing at 750, right? And then the S&P, clearly that resistance could not be broken, so we're back to playing with the 200 EMA. Cool. I like it. There we go. Julia says, I FOMO'd into PMAX at 4:55 a.m. What level do you think is support and resistance? Let me take a look. Like, you FOMO'd at 4:55 a.m. or you FOMO'd at 4:55 this morning? What's your entry price? Because that question doesn't help me at all, Julius, right? Are you cooked? Cooked from what price? If you FOMO'd at 4:55, then like you're cooked. All right. If you FOMO'd like at $8, $9, you're definitely cooked. And I say that with such conviction because I'm tired of yelling about, like your entry is 4:55. Okay, there you go. That's not that bad. That's not that bad, Julius. You're not in a horrible position, right? So I don't think that's horrible. I think if you can get back above 445, I think you're gonna get back to break even already. So 445 is your main obstacle for now. At the very least, though, put a stop loss. Alrighty. If this thing breaks below $4, then you're definitely cooked. For now, that should be your max stop loss. Is that $4, right? And then decide if you want to move it higher. 420, 419, 430. Like it's completely up to you, right? But again, you're not that red on this position, and if it can break out, I think you're gonna be fine. Alrighty. The S&P is looking cooked. SPY is looking cooked from that resistance. I mean, you can set it at 0. Why not, Julius? Yeah. You could always do that. I'm kidding. Can I set a stop loss at $2? Why would you set a stop loss at $2 when the stock is at $4.37? Anyways, there goes another retest of that $12, right? STI has some really nice spikes. If that thing can just break out, that'd be good. But clearly this looks like a scalp for now, though, because of the way that it goes up and then back down. Yeah, ELBM failed at resistance. But you should be taking gains at resistance if you notice that it's resistance, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, click on that link at the bottom of the chat there from Peter, Julius. You are? Let's go. Cook it more. 655 puts? Yeah, just be mindful of this 660 level. I don't know if we're actually going to break down spikes. I don't know. Right, so 660 will be your first support. If it stays above that, then maybe not so much. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting level. And yeah, for now it's holding 660. So we'll see what happens there. NAM looks like it's kind of consolidating above 420 and trying to curl. There you go. Yep, pizza. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. If you use those damn stop losses. Otherwise you're gonna end up, like this dude. Yep. Just one tweet. The tweet just needs to say China. That's it, China. Oh, no. Yeah, Terra doesn't look not Terra. STI doesn't look bad. It's just the wicks and that supply zone, a bit of an obstacle. Savoir, let's take a look. What do I think of FGL? You're in at 43 cents in pre-market. 43 cents. You basically break even on this play for now. Yeah, that daily doesn't look horrible. Looks like a bottom feed played more than anything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind this, actually, Savoir. I do not mind this. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Especially if it stays above 40 cents, I don't mind. Yeah. Dan, every single one of us. Yeah, so as long as it stay above 40 cents, I don't mind. Again, don't forget to smash the like, guys, if you haven't already, please and thank you. Hit that subscribe if you're new. And if you're not a member yet and you do want to join us in Discord, click that link at the bottom there from Nightbot and come join us. Alrighty. We need some brand new breakouts here in these names. We need some new breakouts. We need the breakouts. STI looks like it wants to give us a breakout. The only downside to this is that we've been to this level so many times, right? So people keep selling at that level. Shashar, again, if you have a question, please clarify the question because I'm not going to look at it. Alrighty. So there goes STI testing that resistance again. Yeah, see, like it does want to break out, doesn't it? STI. It wants to go. There goes 1220. But again, that level's that we failed at this level so many times that you don't want to be jumping in at that level. You want to be almost want to be taking gains more than anything. And then if it does break, cool, right? That resistance is a problem. The good thing now though is no one should be red in this position, right? You should not be red in this on this stock. If you are, then you must have bought, when in the Old Testament when Jesus was selling shares in the temple. I'm kidding, by the way. Anyways. In futures. Hey, by the way, we were playing COD over the weekend. I think we played once this weekend, and my goodness, Dan, did I cook pizza? Cooked him. Cooked. Pizza almost cried, because I beat him so many times. Like we played 5 games and I won 4 games. Cooked. Like one of those games, Peter had 1 kill and I had the max kills. He couldn't breathe, because I just finished him. HRM, come join us in Discord. Come join us. So, well, don't laugh, he's because then, we're gonna hurt Peter's feelings. Stay vigilant, people. Cash is still rolling in the gold and silver. Yeah. Yep. Pyro, we should have listened to you, like 6 months, a year ago, and bought some some portfolio hedge. Yeah, those were nice. The lifetime membership. Send me an email. Email huntradex@gmail. Jay. Alrighty. Send me an email. Yeah. I know you did, Pyro. You did. You did. NAM is still retracing here, guys. Maybe we get to the 200 EMA at 380. Maybe. The S&P is holding up that 660, which isn't a surprise, right? If you look to the left as well, you can see the bottom, right? Spikes. Maybe Spikes took some gains there, but again, 660 is going to be a solid base. If it breaks below that, though, then we're kind of sitting in no man's land. But we'll see what it does here at this 66170 downtrend. And then ELBM is retesting the bottom, the demand zone as well. So, yeah. Looks okay, KB. Yeah, one of those mining rare earth stonks, right? Yeah, I think like stuff like the yeah. What would have been to learn? What would have been the spot to buy? Confirmation. So again, like look at that demand zone, right? Look at the demand zone. We talked about this in the class, right, Regan? Go back and watch those classes, right? We talked about the demand zone and the 200 EMA on the last class, right? We said, hey, how do we get in off the 200 EMA and off the demand zones? That's actually like if you watch that class, right? The last two classes actually, right? That was a perfect, like that's so perfect, right? So perfect off the demand zone and what we talked about in that class, right? So yeah, that would have been your area, and then obviously now your resistance is closer to 12, right? So it's always a balance between like, okay, I'm buying off support versus like I'm trying to get into a position. How close are we to resistance? So like if you're in a position where you're buying the stock anywhere around this price, you're playing with fire. Why? Because you already know there's resistance right there, right? So when you're this close to resistance, you shouldn't be buying a position, right? This is more so for people that are waiting for that breakout, and there goes the breakout, right? So STI looks really good, and we've said that quite a bit now. It's just the resistance that it's been having a hard time with, right? Just the resistance that it's been having a hard time with. Yep, maybe this time, Rob. Maybe this time we break above 1250 and stay above 1250. Maybe this time. You're green. Yeah, I know you should be. You got in. Just got in early. Yeah. Try and stay green now, though, Regan. Right. Put that stop loss and move it up. No, 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 no. Yeah. Is set to close. Close only. I wonder why that is. I wonder why. There goes 1270, 1280. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. So if you're still in that position, you're smiling now. Yeah. You're smiling. Rock, are you smiling? I think Rock's smiling. Rob is smiling. Told you I could see Rob smile from, through the clouds and through the snow and the clouds that's coming. Yeah. Regan, good. Right? Try and stay green now though, please. Try and stay green. Yes, yes, yes. Do. $12. Actually, the high is $13 now. On that last candle, we tapped $13. Here we go again. There goes brand new highs, guys. 13. STI is cooking. Love it. And we're actually halted up 1332 and halt, guys. 1332 halted up. Regan is smiling now. I can see your smile now. Good job. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding STI. Yep. So yeah, $13.50 like Rob mentioned. I'm gonna put a line there. Let's see if we can push all the way up there and break out. Should be able to break out. Yeah. Good morning, Matt. Should be able to break out. That's a nice pump, right? From that demand zone, that's actually quite nice. Yeah. 970. Beautiful. CM. Danielle, good job. Small entry. 1060. Okay. Smaller entry. ELBM is still consolidating really nicely off a demand zone, so that's not bad. This stock still looks really good to me. Still one of the best donks, right? So, and then STI obviously is halted up. Halted up. I'm surprised I didn't. Anyways, I'm not gonna start it. I'm not gonna start. La, 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 la. There we go. Jay, did you send me an email? Yeah, send me an email. Yep. A man never went broke selling selling early either. Took my monies. Beautiful, Regan. Beautiful. Yep. You will never go broke selling too soon, right? ELBM. Yup, there it goes. Trying to catch up, right? So I like ELBM. Probably still our favorite name, right? We do need to break above that last high and actually stay above though. Yep. We do need to break out and actually stay above. But that looks good. The S&P is curling really nicely. So again, that 60 was perfect. Almost back to the highs now. Yeah, Spikes, did you take your money? So you're just waiting for it to fail again? Because we might just do that again at supply. Yep. I people that were taking gambles in what is it, that was that stupid stock called a Mullen, right? Beanie. I would rather take a gamble on Beyond Meat because it's a company that can actually potentially pivot rather than do something like a stupid Beanie. Yeah. My stop loss is $1. Is that good? Yeah, so STI is halted up, guys, and we will see what happens with the on halt. Yeah, yeah, Spikes. It kind of looks like we're failing already. Look at that, right? Massive slap from that red zone. Sheesh. There goes another lower high. Right. So clearly that level is a problem. Okay. Ayo, good morning. One. Blood vibes. If that thing breaks below 660, you're definitely gonna feel the blood. The violence. No, Mullen's been delisted. Delisted, pizza. So even if it wanted to, it couldn't do it. Maybe it can in the OTC, but nobody cares. The that $8 gain overnight. I don't think it will, but interesting. Interesting. Pizza. You need Jesus. That's what you need. Yeah, finally, Rob. Finally delisted. Finally delisted. NAM is just kind of slowly trending down now. So we're still waiting for STI to be unhalted. What's HOVR doing? So we talked about this earlier, guys. So we talked about this stock as the sponsored stock of the day, HOVR. If you're interested in looking into this, again, the details are in the sponsored channel in Discord, or or you can just watch the beginning of the stream. Right, we talked about this, so we've gone through the website a little bit. So I think, yeah. So again, if that's something you're interested in, you can always go through the company's website on your own, right? And yeah, and go from there. Alrighty. So I think that's pretty cool. and I think it's cool that it's Canadian. And yeah, alrighty. So again, if you have any questions, and we talked about those levels already. So the levels are in Discord, right? If you're interested in looking at the levels, and yeah. So it looks like we bounced off the bottom there. Yeah. ELBM is still failing at that, 535 resistance. So we do need to break out. And then we're waiting for this one to on halt here now. Yeah, 48. They definitely extended that halt. What's next to delist? AMC? No, AMC shouldn't delist because they're still above $1. Right? AMC actually follows the rules, AMC actually does comply with the rules, like the bare minimum rules, like reporting financials and not doing 10 splits in 1 year. So bare minimum. Yeah. Yeah, Peter. Turbulent resistance is what they call it in terms of like the technology. No, 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 no. In the trash. Yep, for Nam. Yeah, see if we can get a curl. It looks like the S&P really got rejected off that supply zone. Rejected hard. Ah, Pizza. Sorry, oh, sorry. Yes. That was nice. Don't worry, I have pictures. I should have uploaded one of those pictures on stream, so I could show you guys. Maybe I will later. Yep. Give us the on holds. So 48. So 48.34 is the next on halt, unless they extend it by another 5 minutes, which I don't think they will. But yeah, so about a minute away from the next on halt. No, ELBM again, like it wants to go. I think if it wasn't for STI, this thing would be flying right now. It's still up 212% at the highs of the day. So this looks good to me, right? This looks very, very good still. We just have that triple top. Yeah, we do need the boomski. The market isn't closed early today. The market is full all day. Right? Nothing changes. The market closes early. Thanksgiving and Christmas. Those are the next two holidays. So Thanksgiving is a holiday, Christmas is a holiday, obviously. But then the day before those holidays, though, the market does close early. There goes the boomski STI. Sheesh. My goodness. STI says, "Hello, excuse me. Is this where we take off? We do the vertical takeoff? Is this HOVR? GWH is halted up as well now too. You have gyro? Yep. So $14 and 15.20 at the high of that candle. Beautiful. There goes brand new highs, guys. 15.25. Beautiful. Yeah, your broker doesn't allow you to trade it. I think it's because you live in the EU. You might need to get a Webull or something in the EU, Gucci. So really nice pop there, though. Yup, that was a fat golden candle. That thing said, "I bring you gold. I bring you monies. I bring you boomskis." Yeah. You could, and for some reason this week you can't. See, then that's interesting. I don't know why it would be that way. Anytime STI cooks like that, ELBM goes down, right? You can see the volume rotates, right? People want to go where the money is at. And then obviously GWH is also popping. So again, congratulations if you made monies in this, guys. Whether you sold too soon or not, or you're still in a position, congratulations. Righty? That's a really nice boom ski there. Oof, look at that thing fly. Those candles are crazy. But then again, these candles have been crazy the entire time. So $15.83 on that last candle. Crazy, Pyro. Crazy, 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 crazy. Crazy. You know what's impressive? Like, there's levels to this, you know? Like, the markets crashed on Friday. Bitcoin crashed hard. SPY crashed. And gold just sat there and said, hello, this is old money. We don't move. We don't panic. Crazy. Kind of scary, actually. Yeah. Yep. I think, you know, the more you think about that, the more like almost like people are positioning for something, you know? Like 2026 might be chaos. 2026, you might not, you know, buy no dips. Just sit back and watch. Yup, exactly. So, yeah. Yup. 2026 might be an interesting time. Bricks of gold. Peter, if your wall is painted yellow, doesn't mean it has gold. Josh, yeah. Yep, we might be moving into yeah. Hopefully again, like these dips are nice. Now we run into the end of the year. Santa rally, right? But 2026 might be a bit scary. Might be a bit scary. We shall see. We shall see. Anyways, STI, your stop loss hit, Rob. That thing is so volatile. So volatile. So volatile. My goodness. Like the candles go from like, oh, we're about to send it to no. Yeah, exactly, spikes. Exactly. ELBM still holding that same demand zone. The S&P looks dangerous now too, right? Spikes, are you happy now? So that supply zone at the top is a really strong wall. And SPY might actually break down this time. That is looking very dangerous. They should have opened the markets and closed the markets right away. Open and close, please. Open and close. No complaints, Rob. Absolutely not. Yeah, this has been a good scalper this morning. Yogi, are you still scalping this as well? 55? Oh my days. Can we not get that low, please? You know, stay like 660 spikes. Yeah. So it's looking like we have some resistance here at 1520. We could honestly go all the way to 1550, right? So it's looking like we have a lot of resistance in this range here. This morning, Josh, where? In Stock General or in the crypto section? Yeah, exactly, Mevi, exactly. Long term, right? Let's go, Arjun. Let's go. $500. Congratulations. Crypto? Okay. I'll take a look. You can see the T-Rex, guys. The T-Rex. The other one that's flying right now, though, is GWH. Yeah, GWH is flying. I mean, relatively, right? So, nice pop from the bottom there. Really nice push. Yep. Unsalted and boom skis. That the top of that supply zone will most likely be your next resistance at $8 there. Yeah, nice pop. It's crazy how high silver and gold are though. It's crazy. Like silver is up 70% for the year. 70%. Then again, silver, I think, like that thing needed to catch up. No. Yep. Yeah, so it looks like $8 was again, you can see that, for all of these names actually, most of the names we've looked at today, you can clearly see that these pre-market highs have been problems, right? So same thing with ELBM, right? Like we're having a hard time with that pre-market level, right? Like having a hard time closing above it. We still look really good, ELBM, right? Like it's fighting to go back up. We're getting some higher lows, right? But then you look at GWH, is the exact same thing. So those levels are usually very important. There's too much money sitting on the sidelines right now, and the higher the more concern I have. Yeah, all waiting for massive dips. Yeah, maybe that some of that money might be piling into some gold now too. uh, good, good, Josh. Good. The S&P is about to test the lows of the day, guys. So we shall see if this is the third time we test and hold that level, or if we turn around and go to the abyss. Either way, we will see what happens. And then STI, clearly that 1550 area, 1520 is a problem. So, yep. T, yep. Some interesting times going into the end of the year. Some interesting times. Let me take a look at NAM again. Right, so looks like we're curling up the bottom or trying to curl. So this doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, doesn't look bad. As long as we stay above that 200 EMA for NAM, I think it's okay. And the S&P just broke below 660. So that's looking suspicious. Send it to the ancestors. That thing is looking dangerous. Dangerous. We'll see. We'll see how the day ends. Luca, what's your question for CHNR? What's your question? It looks okay to me still, right? As long as you're holding above 650, I think you're fine. Your resistance is 750, so nothing's really changed with this one. It's just going sideways. So if that thing wants to go, it needs to break 750. Alrighty. Yeah, gold extends gains to hit, yeah, for the first time. Craziness. I was telling Pyro Josh we should have been buying some GLD, when he was spamming it like a year ago. Some GLD, Josh. If nothing else, just a hedge, like hedge the position, right? But yeah, maybe 607. Focus on building long-term portfolio only. Yep, exactly. Taco Rocket says, I'm new around here. The name is funny. That's why I do, Taco. Why? I for the most part only use Heikenaishi candles, unless I'm zooming out to look for some gaps. Yeah. Fine, Josh. Fine. Where was my memo? La 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 la. Um, Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to judge that, HRM. I'm not sure what metric would make me, expect less sales this year for these holiday stocks. Um, I think people are still going to spend monies, right? People are still going to spend monies. Josh. Yeah. Looks like STI is halted down, guys. Right. So does that look like a T-Rex to you? That looks like a T-Rex, doesn't it? So when the stock pumps and you see those candles stalling right there, the T-Rex is in town. The T-Rex is in town. Oof! Look at the size of that candle. Stuff like this, like I want to try and explain it, but I don't think I really can, because there are too many variables, Bilal. Just too many, right? We basically like dropped to the demand zone and popped to the resistance, like so nothing changed here, nothing at all, right? So this to me looks like criminal behavior, like looking for stop losses on the way down, or looking for like looking to execute orders and cause panic, right? But we're still in the middle of the range, right? So the stock still looks damn good though if it can break out. ELBM looks damn good, right? Damn good. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ELBM. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ELBM. To be honest, I mean, it would have been better though if you were looking for an entry closer to $485, right? Yeah, you'd be instantly greenies. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you just sold, Jim. Congratulations. Yeah, like this thing has been looking very good with the higher lows and the consistent, slow climbs, and the fact that it's just holding the base, right? This thing has looked really good. Definitely your favorite name today, right? STI has done well. The issue with STI is just the chaos. Aria, you just sold. Congratulations. Well done. Yeah, out at 439, 539. Good job, guys. I like it. So again, we still look really, 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 really good. Clearly, we're playing with resistance here, so we need to be breaking out. But very, very good ELBM. Yep. We'll see what SPY does. Last seems to be no. LITM. What's LITM doing? I think it's just the darkness from the light. But yeah, no, a little bit, Joe. There goes boom skis ELBM. Boom skis. Boom skis, guys. Boom skis. Love it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So brand new highs of the day for ELBM. And congratulations if you're in this one. Alrighty. So he doesn't get a yes, there goes 590. $5.90. That's 253%, guys. 253%. Looks good. Yeah, the entire market, I mean, like SPY is also selling off, right? Everything kind of seems like, selling off. Yeah. We'll see how the day ends, but yeah, suspicious behavior all over the place. Yeah. Love it. Beside the view bounce, yeah, there's so many entries, Regan. It's not even funny. There's so many, right? So many, right? Again, watch those classes or become a Goat VIP member. Here comes $6, guys. So high of $6 for now on this thing. And here goes another break above $6 now. There we go. So a bit of a psychological wall at $6. Again, this has been our favorite stock, right? Favorite stock from the very beginning, from the open. So STI is unhalted and trying to bounce, so that's good. If I can get it to work, right? So we basically came back to retest that breakout, right? The usual, price action, right? 1250 was a pretty big wall, so as soon as we broke out, we had to come back and retest it. So that shouldn't be a massive surprise. And then $6 resistance here. You did, Luca? Yeah. Yep. I don't think Powell is gonna say anything nice. Nothing nice. Beautiful, beautiful, guys. Why is it doing that? There we go. Okay, perfect. Yep. I think SPY is definitely behaving like there are more dips coming, Like this was a dead cat bounce, right? But again, we'll see what the rest of the day and the rest of the week looks like. But we might be in for some more dipskis. Some more dipskis. Yeah, so our next little target for a breakout will be $6 for ELBM. If you made money in ELBM, type yes in the chat. Ramtin, what's your question for PMAX? Yeah, that's a nice little curl. Retesting the 200 there. That's good. Yeah, are you in it? Yeah, it looks nice. It's a good comeback. I know we were paying attention to this one at the open, right? And also we did talk about like not letting this thing go below $4. So the low of the day was 405, and then we're back to 490. So that's looking good. Yeah, good job, guys. Well done. Well done. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Welcome to the community, Efren. Yeah, there goes 519 for PMAX. That's a nice pop. A very nice pop. Beautiful. There's a nice little supply zone at 520, like a tiny mini one, Like Dan's toe is definitely bigger than that supply zone, but NAK, I know someone was asking about that one, this one, I can't talk anymore. Someone was asking about that one this morning, NAK. It's at the highs of the day now, so that looks good. Again, that $6 is going to be our next resistance here for ELBM. So if we can break above that, then send it. Send it more, please. Send it. Yeah. Here comes 590. So those dudes are just shut down and relaxing. I think they needed a vacation, They're like, hey, what can we do to shut it down? Shut it down. Yeah. I think that's definitely one of those things that's so sad about like our, there's a link in the description. Also, if you want to become a member, there are two separate things, Bobby. So the legend level gives you access to Discord, but you still need to buy the algo. Yeah, I think that's so sad, right? There are people out there that are not getting paid because the government is shut down, right? Like I think that's very sad. Very, very sad. But there you go, 605, guys. Testing the highs of the day, ELBM. Beautiful. Beautiful. Make sure you're taking gains on the way up, though, or you're moving your stop losses higher, please. Pretty please. right? Until we close above that $6, we're still going to look at this as resistance. Yeah. There you go. So $6. The nuns still paid? Yes, they're paid from the streets, Peter. So the money always comes. They get more monies when everything is shut down. We just made brand new highs on ELBM here, guys, so that's looking good. Again, the candle hasn't closed above $6 yet, but maybe this candle will in the next 40 seconds. All platforms, just the algo only works on TradingView. Gucci, I use the 1 minute. There goes CHNR, guys. We're retesting that 750 again. So this thing has done an excellent job actually of coming back off the bottom, right? So yeah, it's done an excellent job of coming off the bottom. If CHNR can break above 750, there might be some nice vibes there. Some nice vibes. The S&P just popped off the support again, guys, right? So 660 for now is a nice base. Spikes, did you take the monies? Or you're still waiting for the bridge? Probably still waiting for the bridge. Criminal. And then yeah, so $6 resistance here for ELBM. Alrighty. Yeah, so $6 resistance. GWH is also trying to curl up the bottom. Mario, no, I don't do that. That's way too dangerous. That's way too dangerous. Because something like that happens on a Friday and we drop and then we pop. Oof. Yeah, no, I think when it comes to like long-term stuff, no stop losses at all. And then if we do drop, if you have more monies, you buy the dips, you know. That's it. Yeah, no stop losses. Then that really makes you think about what you're buying, and that like it has to be stuff that's able to come back, even if we drop 50%. Yeah, long term set and forget. Exactly, Peter. Can you imagine having a stop loss on Bitcoin at 105 and then it hits, and then it's back to 115? Oof, you're gonna be so pissed, right? Pissed. Yeah, STI is actually coming back really nicely. So that retest, guys, was perfect. Perfect. It's halted up now. STI is halted up. Yep, exactly, Rock. Dollar cost averaging is the only thing you do with your long-term investments. On a long term, it's not a long term. Yep, exactly. I agree. I agree. Yeah, the S&P is bouncing really nicely there, actually. Solid bounce. CHNR, looking for that breakout. It's right there, right there. Yeah, pizza, like 1 Bitcoin. Yep. There goes CHNR, guys, testing that breakout. $770, guys. So we're hitting brand new session highs. Not quite the highs of the day, but yeah. Again, excellent job of holding the bottom there for CHNR. Excellent. Excellent. So congratulations if you got into CHNR closer to $6. Type yes if you're holding CHNR. I know a few of you guys are holding. No, for sure, spikes. Yeah, we're definitely getting lower highs. So feeling like a big slap is coming. Yeah. If it breaks the low of the day again, it's done. Done, 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 done. Now, if it holds that level for the third time and goes back to that high, oof. Oof. Cuisine? Beautiful. Very good. Cuisine Club. Cuisine makes me think of food. ah, ah. Buffalo. So yeah, the only downside to CHNR is the volatility on that thing, right? You can't really trust it too much. You can trust it off the bottom, right? But like at the top, there's too much volatility. Like it pumps and drops like crazy. Like crazy. SPY's going for 662. ELBM, still a lot of resistance at $6 there. Here's China. Electra. Yeah, no, SPY's just going up and down for now, so there's not a whole lot happening there. I do want to take a look at PMAX looks good still. PMAX looks good. I do want to take a look at LITM though. Snow Lake. Yeah, because that thing is sitting at a double top there, but also coming off a really nice bottom. Yeah, no, LITM looks good. There's a lot of room to the upside. This is going to be one of those names too that we look at in the future and say, hey, yeah, looks good. Okay, yeah, let me pull up AQMS. AQMS, 77%, not bad. Slow and steady on these candles. Taco, yeah, Monday to Friday. Is the market fully recovered, do you think? No. Yeah, Josh answered the questions already. No, the market isn't fully recovered, right? We were above 670, we're still at 662, so definitely not recovered. And then STI is unhalted, guys. That last high was 1580, but we really needed to close about 1550, so maybe this is just another double top test. But yeah. And again, hopefully you took some gains on ELBM, guys, with that $6 T-Rex. The $6 T-Rex. So yeah, SPY broke back above 662, but so see if we get another lower high here. If we don't, then Spikes is going to need to start hiding, because then Violence will meet him. Violence. Mm-mm. 1550. You can tell it wants to go though. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. STI said, let me remind you guys. Multi-condition. Oh, yeah. Yeah. STI says, let me remind you guys who's the king. Let me remind you. 1620, 1640 at the top of that candle. That's a beautiful pop. That is a beautiful pop. Oof. Beautiful. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding STI. Bobby, welcome back to the community. Welcome back. Let me know if you need the link or if you just reconnect the same way you did the first time, and you should be good to go. Unless you haven't done it yet, then let me know. Yeah, no, that's a nice pump for STI. Dan says no. Nice is in. CM is still in. Well done, guys. Regan is counting the monies on the outside, you know. There we go. You need the link? Okay, sounds good. I'll send you a link. Okay, so invite. Okay. Bobby, this is your invite link at the bottom of the chat. And then just follow the steps in the getting started channel. Alrighty. 1620, 1630, 1640. Brand new highs of the day, guys. STI. Flying. 1680. Woo. That looks nice. That looks very nice. Yeah. That looks very, very nice. Again, congratulations if you're still in this one. That's 200% as well now, too. There we go. Yes. Scalping beauty today. Yeah, very range bound, right? Look at that thing go. Look at that bottom, guys. This was such a sweet bottom, wasn't it? You know what I like about stuff like this too, though, Dan, isn't like just the fact that we get there, is the fact that we get there and you can see that it's consolidating, right? So you don't have to be like, oh, I had to catch the first candle. No, you sat there for like 10 minutes, right? That was a beautiful bottom. Beautiful. So stuff like that is nice to see. Definitely in a range though. So we're retesting that supply zone again. Are we going to go back down to the bottom? We shall see. Yeah, make sure you're paying yourself on the way up again for STI, guys, please. So really good run. I think this retest was beautiful though, right? We struggled at this level for quite some time, right? Like, look at that. 1250, 1215, then we broke above it, and then we came back for the retest, and then boom. So I think stuff like that is perfect. Dan, SPX, okay. I like it. You can tell Dan is feeling better. See, I didn't want to say it. I was gonna mention it earlier, but I'm like, nope, not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Chris, you're in at $4 for NAM. Okay. Yeah, you do have some support there. It's just lacking the volume for now. So hopefully that volume comes in for you. ELBM still looks good to me, right? You can see that these things are doing an excellent job of like breaking out and retesting. Like, look at this, right? So retest, that's your break, that's your resistance. This is the breakout. This is the retest, right? Technical analysis is beautiful when it works, you know? Works most of the time. Beautiful when it works, right? So exact same chart as STI, exact same, right? In terms of like breakouts and retest. So let's see if we can consolidate around this 1550 and then retest that 17. High of the day is 17. Well, 1694, but 17. Yep. After a couple of years in HUT, do you recommend holding it for long term or set a stop loss, please? Safi, I would set a stop loss. Yeah. As bullish as I am on the future, Friday was seen this before. Yep. Josh? Yeah, that's pretty scary stuff. I was not expecting stuff like that from crypto. Yeah. I'm not expecting stuff like that. I thought we'd progress to the stage where, like crypto was more of a, starting to trend in that gold direction. But the fact that they can slap Bitcoin like that from the 20s to the, pretty dangerous things. Unless they did that intentionally because they wanted to load, which I think is what happened, then that's fine, right? But still, the fact that it's still controllable like that clearly was still really early in, the future of crypto. So we need to get to that, to that point where stuff like that doesn't happen. Yeah, it will happen again probably. Yeah, I think stuff like that is a bit suspicious, regardless of the reasoning. Whatever the reason was, it might be because there were like massive leverage positions, which very well could be, right? That's why people are jumping off buildings and killing themselves, right? Because too much leverage. So maybe we need to get rid of leverage like that, or somebody really wanted to buy the dip, but we need to get rid of stuff like that though. Django. Yes, Pablo. I got in ASST at 97 based on the daily candle needing a gap fill. Let me take a look at your first question. Let's see. I'm looking at ASST. I got in at 97 cents based on the daily chart, and okay, let me take a look. ASST. So you're basically at break even for now, right? So that 1 minute candle isn't really going to help us. That is nasty. That is so nasty. That is beyond nasty. Anyways, regardless of what you're thinking here, Django, regardless of what you're thinking, if I was in this position at 97 cents, my stop loss goes to 90, like right below 94 cents. I don't care about anything else. Nothing else, right? Don't care. Whatever you're looking for doesn't matter. So you're in at a potential gamble. Like this could be a really nice bounce. Could be a really nice bounce, right? But I don't really care. If we break below 94 cents, don't think you want it. Alrighty. So I would put a stop loss right below. Yeah. I would put a stop loss right below. Alrighty. So regardless of the reasoning or anything else, doesn't really matter to me. The technicals have to, matter more than anything else here for you now. Yep. Safi, your average is hut. Average is $35. Nice. I don't think there should really be a question, Safi. This isn't a question for me. This is a question for you, right? Your average is $35. The stock is at $47. Close your eyes and pick, and it better be about $35, right? So at this point, it's a stop gain, right? If you asked me, I would simply just say $39.99, stay above $40, but that's gonna be up to you, right? Or you could go a lot higher if you wanted to, So. I think that's completely up to you. Yeah, so STI, really good run. Clearly was stalling below 17 for now and then retesting that last little breakout. So again, was stalling, so T-Rex, right? Take gains on the way up or move your stop losses higher. For now, let's see if we can consolidate somewhere else and curl back up. ELBM is still looking good to me, right? Stock has clearly done really well today, still up 245%, so that's nice. CHNR, we talked about that 750, right? That thing is having such a hard time staying above 750. And then yeah. AQMS is also curling. So maybe that thing wants to push for that $11 resistance again. $11 resistance. GWH. Yeah, looks like we hit that double top and then just came back down. Yeah, up, double top, slap. Zhao, what's your question here? What's your position? And the S&P really wants to go boomskis, doesn't it? Yeah, Spikes, I really hope you took some gains out of that though, please. I hope. There's a nice little downtrend here for ELBM, so it needs to break above that and push back above $6. Break and hold. Yeah, TBH is coming up the bottom there. TBH. You're safe? Okay, good. Just making sure. Just making sure. Just making sure. Yeah, that downtrend is a problem there for ELBM. Right, so like right there. So you can kind of see like we need to break above that downtrend and then $6, right? And then STI. Still trying to decide what it wants to do here. OB, you're in at 450 and out at 6. Well done. Congratulations. Good job. It's trying to curl, Martin. Trying to curl up the bottom here. Trying to. Yeah, the S&P really wants to break back above 663. Here we go. Now we're 20 cents away from that previous high. So that's nice. Right, so the markets are looking good. You notice how the market started to look better as when we started to, like be concerned about the markets. Oh, there might be a bigger dip coming, blah, blah, blah. The market said, yeah, say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. And then catch me outside. Anyways, there goes AQMS, guys. Brand new highs of the day. So 1134 and halted up. AQMS. Halted up. Is anybody holding AQMS? Here we go. 1134. From November to March, if you play the technicals, yeah. Yep. Can I join the Discord with dial-up internet, Django? Yes, you can. Is that a T-Rex? Yeah, it was a T-Rex at above $16, right? So Chris, right? Whenever you have multiple candles stalling at the top like that, guaranteed T-Rex. So same thing right there, same thing right here, right? T-Rex. So the T-Rex isn't the red candles, is the fact that you're stalling at the top, right? So it's not a delayed indicator. It's the crash indicator. Today it gained back 700 as of now. Yeah, craziness, Dan. Craziness. Tomorrow, let's recover the remaining 300. Let's do it. Do I remember dial-up? No, I do not. I do not. I didn't have the luxury of that progression. Like when you live in North America, you can go through the progression. Yeah, when you grow up in Africa, the progression is different. Like the African countries are like 20 years behind, or 10 years behind, right? So then when you move, yeah, I was already behind. So what's that, Pyro? Ah. Mm, mm. Don't worry, summer will return for a few for a few weeks next August. I know, Pablo. I know. Winter is here, guys. Winter is here. Winter is here. Ridiculousness. The S&P is going for the high of the day. Almost. Very close. Mm. Django? Okay. NAM is still just playing games there. STI is looking good though. STI is back to retesting the top of the range there. Right. So again, the T-Rex was closer to 17, right? The stall was closer to 17, 1660 to 17. So let's see if we can reclaim that level again. Chris. Being used on the PC for games, floppy disk, and yeah. No, I use cassettes growing up for sure. Cassettes. You are versus you are. See, I don't get, I still don't get how people get that wrong. Those two especially. I don't get it. Pablo, do better, please. Here we go. STI. I think wants to. We've had quite a few good names today, huh? Today's been a good day in the market, right? Even the annoying names like CHNR, quite predictable, right? SPY has been predictable today for the most part, range-wise. ELBM has been nice. We're still on that downtrend, so we need to break out of there. AQMS is still halted up, right? There's so many good names today, so many. If you're green for the day, type yes in the chat. If you're green for the day, type yes in the chat. Yeah, most of these are testing resistance on Flare. Most of them are testing resistance, right? Maybe not ELBM if we can get closer to 530, right? But most of these other names are closer to resistance than they are to support. Maybe not NAM. NAM is also playing with that 200 EMA. So as long as NAM stays above like 390-ish, it might be okay. Yep, exactly. See? Yes. Very green, Pyro says. Very green. Yeah, I think most of you should be green today. Yeah. Mucho green. Yeah. And I think we've had too many amazing names to be read today in the market. Too many amazing names. Right? Too many, and again, obviously the two main names we focused on today, two main names, ELBM, that thing is just coming up the highs of the day, right? So definitely monies. STI is still testing the top of the range, right? So definitely money. So if you're red today, you need to work on that strategy, right? Need to work on that strategy. Please and thank you. Yeah. Strategy. Between yeah, there to explain these in English. Yeah, exactly. It's different for someone that is, that grew up somewhere else or that lives in a different country. Pablo, that makes complete sense. They all sound the same, right? Yeah, yeah, yep. They all sound the same. But at the end of the day, too, though, like most of the time, like it's not that big of a deal. Because even if someone says it wrong, you can usually pick it out and know that that's what they're wanting to say. So not that big of a deal. Winter, what's that? 85. Yeah, it's definitely not 85 here. That's for sure. That's for sure. Look at this rubbish, guys. Look at this. It's -3 today. -3. Okay, -3. You want to know what that is in 26? Yeah, 26. So they own new pronoun. Yeah, 26. So it is not feeling amazing. And then it's sunny. So it should get warmer a little bit as the day goes on, but yeah. GWH with a nice pop. GWH, nice little bounce. Yeah, no, I had to put on a sweatshirt today. I was cold. You're probably gonna see me in a sweatshirt the rest of the year, unless I'm feeling brave. But sweatshirts on from now on till next summer. Well, yeah. Don't know how which. Yeah, yeah. On the plane, yeah. LITM just sent an alert, so it looks like LITM is pushing for the highs again. Then, very nice. Yeah, I like what that thing's doing. Yeah, brand new highs of the day. Right, slow, and this is gonna be one of those like more of a swing play than anything else, though. Right, like slow and steady type plays because the mineral stonk. Right. Yeah, so that'll be more of more like that than anything else. Why? Ooh, look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at that stonk. Right? This was the stock we just talked about as a sponsor, right? So look at that. Did anybody get into HOVR? Beautiful, huh? I'm telling you, like, we do a little bit of research before we say yes, Just a little bit of research. Just a little bit, Just a little bit. Just a little bit. From let's Mr. F, Miss F. Congratulations, good job. Yeah, those are very good scalps. Yeah, GWH and ELBM. Yeah, you picked two good stonks. And yeah, GWH looks really good. Yeah, that resistance is still there though, right? So close to $8. And we're still downtrending here. Look at the downtrend, guys, right? ELBM still down. So just following that line down until it breaks above that line, it's not ready. It is not ready to go anywhere. The S&P just failed at the same stupid resistance, right? This stuff is so predictable today. It's not even funny, right? Same bottom, same top. So Dan's having the best time, So your next major resistance is 350 here for HOVR, right? That's your resistance. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. So if we can break above that 350, 360, that's 52-week highs. That would be brand new 52-week highs for HOVR. So Right. Good scalps. You just don't have the money. Yeah. There we go. GWH just hit a brand new highs there. Well, retesting the highs, that resistance. Right, so that level needs to be broken. So again, that $8 resistance. ASST with a bit of a bounce. Pyro, are you happy now? They're definitely not trying too hard today. The market's way too predictable. From a wire, 50 feet, and above a crowd. Help, help. No, I'm not doing that, Pizza. Not doing it. There we go. Boom skis. Boom skis. Yeah, congratulations if you're holding GWH, guys. Really good pop. Very good pop. I'm actually gonna. There we go. Yeah. And post the video. Wow. I'm gonna I'm gonna stay away from Peter, guys. Yeah. Stay away. I'm gonna stay away. Because I can sense some violence coming. Yeah, no, GWH does look good. Congratulations if you're in this. Ready? The S&P does look like it wants to make a brand new high though. Like more of a cup and handle than anything else. Josh, I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna need to. Unbelievable. AQMS looks good too. Brand new highs of the day. So a lot of these names are looking amazing. 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 1280. We're still riding the downtrend down here for ELBM. And then this was a really good pop for CHNR, right? Really nice pop. 820. Yeah, that was a really nice pop. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, the S&P is having a really hard time with that supply zone, which again makes a lot of sense. Right? And then yeah, GWH looks good. High of the day, obviously. 844. You fell asleep? Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes like ES better because you can do the technicals make more sense on that. NQ sometimes it doesn't make any sense, Is working out. What's the it could go. Django, just keep moving your stop loss up, right? Forget about the highs, the whatever, just keep moving it up, please. Alrighty. Yeah, that was a good like gamble off the bottom. Just just manage it from the bottom. Forget about the highs. Doo-doo-doo. Dan. 850, brand new highs. Looking good. And AQMS. What did you get in at the Bilal? What was your entry on that? Come on, Justin. There goes brand new highs for GWH. About okay. I see. There goes 870. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Type yes if you're still in a position for a GWH. Type yes if you're still in a position, please and thank you. All right. We'll keep please and thank you. Pizza, have a wonderful rest of the day already. And we'll chat later. Chat later. Maybe get your caught skills, a little bit, improve them before we compete. Before you do better, please. Practice more, please. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Do. 880. $8.80. There we go. You sold too soon, DNA? As long as you sold for monies, right? As long as you're green in that position, there's nothing wrong with it. Balad, I think I think you answered the question. 12:30. Okay, that's better than this though, right, Balad? That's the importance of that stop loss, right? Very important. I think you did really good, by the way. So you should be smiling, as much as your stop loss was kind of annoying, right? Because you could have sold for more monies without a stop loss, right? But yeah. We've mentioned LITM a few times, guys. Along with HOVR still looks good. So brand new highs. HOVR is about to hit 52-week highs, guys. Right. So that thing is super slow, but again, slow and steady wins the race sometimes. Right. So it's Uh, mm, mm, mm. There we go. Yeah, I like what LITM is doing. LITM. Yeah, that looks very nice. Yeah, we kind of joked about this one being super slow and like a more of a swing play, but that thing is cooking. Cooking. Uh, Yep. Spy definitely wants it. Uh, what time zone am I in? You're in San Antonio, Texas. Stephanie, I am in Mountain Time. So it's currently almost 10 a.m. in the morning for me. Yeah. So those look good. GWH is looking very nice. Very, very nice. That thing is flying. Okay. True. There we go. I'll be nice and then yeah. You held overnight, Austin? You're very happy now, huh? Yeah, this was good from last week. Very, very good from last week. There you go. Very, very good. Yeah, I like what LITM is doing. I like it. $7. That thing is flying now. I think said forget the slow and steady, guys. Forget it. Forget it. There we go. Yeah, it's halted up, by the way. LITM is halted up. There we go. Halted up 707. HOVR is at brand new 52-week highs, by the way, 366. So again, nothing crazy, but hitting brand new 52-week highs. And then the S&P is still looking for that breakout. Still looking. Make it happen, Dan. We need a 2% green day today. 2%. Look at this downtrend for ELBM, just straight down, right? Straight down. And then GWH, a little bit of resistance of $10 there. So hopefully, again, you guys are taking gains on that. Friday when I bought. Let's go, Pyro. Let's go. Halt it. What happened to AQMS? It's halted down, Sunny. It is halted down. Yeah, SPY's having such a hard time with that resistance. STI just popped again, guys. That thing said, don't count me out. I run the streets. So that's a nice pop there. 501. Okay. Winterfell. No. There we go. I'm surprised that candle didn't halt the stock. But yeah, we just hit brand new highs of the day on STI though, so that looks good. Is it halted? No, it's not halted. I did hit brand new highs though, but it's not halted. Unless it just happened. Yeah. There we go. Yep. Yeah, Winterfell got in at 501, so that's nice, Winterfell. Yeah. Yep. Anyways, yeah, let's go back to STI. STI is hitting brand new highs there, so $18. $18. NAM is also taking off. I'm telling you, today's been a good day. Like everything we've talked about has done well, right? Everything we've done well. Everything we've talked about has done well. There goes yeah, that was a pretty sweet entry, Winterfell. Yeah, it's a perfect dip buy. Again, we're still waiting for LITM to be unhalted, guys. Still waiting. There goes the unhalt. 728, 730. The volatility on some of these on-halt candles, you want to be careful if you're looking for a brand new position. Please and thank you. There goes the drop, right? So, yeah. The easier entry was a while ago on this. Yep, exactly, Winterfell. Yep. No, that was a perfect. That's what we were talking about. Winterfell getting in at $5. Yeah, that was perfect. I don't think LITM is done yet though. Right, but yeah, we shall see. It needs to consolidate somewhere. STI is kind of doing the same thing too. Kind of doing the same thing. Resistance. Yeah, that $18 is a very common level of resistance for STI. So for anything, right? We talked about this last week. Like anything that like is in the teens, that 18 is usually a problem. 18 and then 20. Yeah. Maybe they just keep it in that range then and then break it out tomorrow. Maybe. It's still pretty early in the day though, so still pretty early. Someone's mad that we have a sponsored stock, guys. Like, so let me know if you have a problem with it. Let's have a conversation, right? Like, do you guys have a problem, like if a company reaches out and say, hey, like we need, like, can you help us like bring some awareness to our stock, right? So do you guys have a problem with that? Let me know. Let me know if you do. Yeah. So again, all we will ever do is just look at the company's website, look at the chart, right? Like we do with everything else, right? Awareness, never, right? That's really it, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like to me, it's more about awareness more than anything else, right? Awareness to a sector, awareness to a stock, right? He's big mad. If you look at Stock General, big mad. He's like, I thought you guys were better than that. Give them and challenge them. Exactly. That's really it. That's really it, right? So, never are we gonna say, oh, this is a buy, this is this, like pumping it, right? No, we don't really do that, right? Don't really do that. Like like I really don't benefit if the stock pumps or goes down. Really don't really don't care, right? So, but awareness is kind of the key to to that. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's always just awareness. Never pumping anything. Right. Yeah. Just awareness. So it's not a signal where you're like, oh, let me go get in. Right. No, it's just awareness. Right. That you could do the research, just like we do with every other stock. Right. Like we look at all these stocks all day, every day. Right. So, and we look at the levels and whatnot. So, but if you pump it, we don't mind. Oh yeah. Yep, exactly. That's it. Like it's just awareness, right? So you can often tell too though by like I think like if you have an issue with it, honestly, like if you have an issue with it, send me a DM, right? Say hey, like then maybe next time like when someone reaches out, I'll be like hey, maybe we're not gonna do this because the community isn't comfortable with it, or maybe we're just gonna look at the website and like or maybe we need to make sure that we really say hey, we're not in this, we're just bringing awareness, right? That's it, right? But sometimes when people like post like negative stuff like that in public, you could tell their intentions, and I don't like behavior like that. It's just me, right? Just me. Yep, exactly. Chloe, exactly. 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 The only issue with it is Canada. Yeah. So I just don't like behavior like that. I think it's a bit slimy. That's just me though. Right. If you have a problem with something, like, um, yeah, send me a message. Like, I will appreciate the feedback. Right. Yep, exactly, Winterfell. Like, I honestly will appreciate the feedback. And then we have a genuine conversation, right? And then I'm like, hey, maybe next time we won't do this anymore, right? Because I see what you're saying. Or maybe next time, like, I'll make it really clear, right? Yeah. But when you go to the channel and you're like, oh, this is disappointing behavior. I thought we looked down on people like that. That's slimy. That's slimy behavior. Just saying. See, Pyro, exactly. From $3 to 370, right? And we barely even look at it, right? So yeah. And no issues with that at all. Exactly, Dan. Exactly. Exactly. And again, we even like we've interviewed CEOs like BMNR, and look at where that stock is now, Dan. Look at where it's at now, right? So we definitely do our own research, right? Because SB, I know, right? I know I should stop there. I should stop. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, exactly, because we could have easily just looked at a random stock and gone through the company's website and not say anything, but like we made that very clear, right? Very clear. And at the beginning of the stream, it tells you too, like, hey, there's a sponsored stock, right? Yeah. So I see what I mean, Bilal. Free advertising for Mullen, and AMC, and nothing from that. So, anyways, but yeah. So yeah, $18 fail for now on STI. ELBM is coming up the bottom still, so that was a really good buy at Winterfell. Really good dip buy for you. Um, yeah, so $5 held really well. I didn't get in on that stock because you didn't tell me to. You suck. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why the complaining is coming from Dan. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why, Dan. Thank you very much for the super chat, Dan. No, I'm not gonna tell anybody to buy anything. Don't buy anything. This is for entertainment purposes only. Yeah. There we go. Are you not entertained? Yep, exactly. Anyways, yeah, the S&P finally made brand new highs, but we're still kind of in that same range. Why am I not surprised? Pyro, always, always. That's childish behavior. Yeah, GWH still looks really good though. Never forget that the technicals wouldn't work. Pablo. Yep. Yep. Mm, uh, ChatGPT told me to. ChatGPT will say, "This is not financial advice. Please do your own research. Do your own research, Brian. Do your own research." Anyways, but yeah, no, SPY looks good. At least we're recovering some of those losses from last week. This is good, right? I think everybody was pretty concerned with like what happened over like on Friday after the close. On Friday after the close, the market was down another 1%. Like, it looked dangerous, right? But then obviously Trump kind of backtracked and said, "Hey, we're going to be okay with China," and then the market reversed. So that was good, right? That was very good. The all-time highs, Pablo. All-time highs. Ah. Yeah, BTC. No, BTC is still quite a ways down there, but at the very least, we're still above the 110. So that's good. Here comes another retest of $10 for GWH. This stock has been really nice today. Really nice. Very, very nice. Are just doing this to make monies in the market. Yeah, it just looked too fishy for me. Yeah. Yeah. and yeah, I don't know if there's any truth to like I saw some tweets saying that Barron Trump made $80 million. I don't know if there's any truth to that though. Or made some money, not 80 million, maybe worth 80 million. I'm not sure if there's any truth to that, but someone made money. Did you guys see the account? Someone opened up an account like 30 minutes before the tweet came out before the crash and made like 80 million or something like that. Something ridiculous. Did you guys see that? That's what I mean. Like so many fishy things happened on Friday. And I think we were sitting on stream like wondering why, like it's just a tweet. Like how come we're dropping that much, Like it doesn't make any sense. Right? Like how is a tweet that saying we have a problem and puts it like how are we dropping that much? But I think now we know. Into a treasure when that kind of a headline made stocks pop. I'm surprised he hasn't done that. I think the only reason he hasn't done well, I mean, companies are doing it though, so I'm really surprised he hasn't done that. That's crazy, Rob. 150 million on his own at 19. He just made 150 million just like that. Just like that, Rob. Just like that, That's impressive. Yeah. Yeah, Dan. See, we get a break continuation. Yeah. Maybe he got a small loan, small loan of a small loan. I think though, like most people in his position would probably be worth the same. At least he's not out there drinking, and you know how like famous kids usually do crazy things. At least he's not doing crazy things. And then mad, probably craziness. 19. It's crazy. We're not judging. We're just saying it's crazy, interesting. Quite disciplined, yeah. He started with 1 trillion. He started with a $1 billion loan, and then he bought some 0 DTE SPY puts. Yeah, they definitely slapped that thing all the way down to the abyss, right? This is why, again, guys, take those gains on the way up, right? Take those gains on the way up. That was nice. That was really nice. If you run like this and you don't have a stop loss, then you just like violence. The halt kind of killed it, huh? I still think this is going to be a potential swing play like in the future, right? Because it fits the theme, right? Pablo's been posting that list. It fits the theme, so if it can consolidate slow and steady would be okay, right? ELBM is back to retesting. So we finally broke the downtrend on ELBM and we're retesting that resistance again. The stock has been quite nice today, actually. So the downtrend break was key here on this one. And then same $6 resistance. Pablo, wow. Wow. I take advantage of it. Dan, straight to jail. Yeah, no, we're definitely not judging a 19-year-old for definitely not judging. We're just saying it looked interesting, Looked interesting. No 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 no. You got stopped out, Winterfell? Okay. That was a good gain though. Good bottom. $5 was perfect. $5 was perfect. Is that dude still around, Pablo? Can you find his Twitter page? Is he still around? So many scalpies today. So many stocks to scalp. So many. Look at that. AQMS is also coming back up now too. It's like the money's just rotating from left to right, left to right. So many names. And my wife, Jesus and my wife. Jesus comes second. Yep. Yeah, I don't remember his name either, Pablo. Yep. Yeah, that's a good bounce from the bottom there. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what his name is. He had an interesting name though. Like a European name. Uh mm, 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 mm. Stephanie, if that's something you're looking at, you would actually need to let it break out, right? So, like, you'd actually need to let it break above what? What is that? 72, 372. So, I wouldn't look for an opportunity for a breakout. I'd actually let it break out, and then make sure you have a stop loss, right? Make sure you actually have a stop loss. China implementation. Fees on US ships. See, what I also don't get to though is you guys have an agreement, right? So China and the US have an agreement. Like, they made this whole tariff agreement rule. Isn't that supposed to last isn't that supposed to last a while? Like, sign the agreement, it lasts like 4 years or something, or however long. How can you agree? How can you make an agreement and then you guys are already fighting? Or like, come on, guys, come on now. You know what I mean, Pablo? You know what I mean? Some names clearly sound like European. Like if I see an African name in the chat, I'm like, yep, that's definitely an African name. You know? Yeah. Like yeah. And like a South American name or like a Spanish name, you can tell. Yeah. You know what I mean? like Pierre, Pierre. Yeah. Yeah, Winterfell, make sure you're not delayed. You might be delayed. I'm trying to clarify because you didn't know the what I meant. Yeah. So, like European in general, right? Like some Spanish names, some French names, stuff like that. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to make sure I clarify the parts of Europe, He had a name like that. Didn't he post a picture in France or something? I think he did. When he was riding a scooter in France, something, or New York, one of those places. Yeah, yeah. Winterfell, make sure you're not delayed. You're not delayed. Oh, I thought you were delayed on stream. Yeah. Yeah, I thought you responded to something from like a while ago. I thought you were delayed. Why did you pick up PMAX at 480? PMAX? 480, 480. You just picked it up like right now. Rantine. You definitely picked that thing up and at a double top in a supply zone. The only place I dislike more than Canada. You dislike France? I mean, I've never been to France. I've never thought about going to France, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, I wouldn't know. Why do you not like France? Mark was just in France like 2 months ago, and he liked it. He liked it. From the so is my last name la 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 from the yes, Pablo. Yes, that's how I knew because Yesenia had the same last name, and then I knew that I thought maybe like you knew her. Yeah. Does that not make sense though, Pablo? What are you saying? I thought it made sense. Anyways, LITM is slowly curling from the bottom again. So 580 back to 630. Okay, you did 580. Okay, nice. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nice little bounce off the bottom there. Nice bounce off the bottom. See if that thing can continue to bounce. At the very least, like stay away from that bottom at 585. If you break below that, then you're gonna have a brand new problem. A brand new problem. Yeah, no, GWH looks really good. Finally hit brand new highs there, so $10 test. $10 test. So high of 998. 998. That's what I see, Rob. That's what I mean, right? Like some names like take you to a place, you know. Like if I hear Pablo, I'm like, oh, Spanish name for sure. Not always, but you know, yeah. You yeah, that was a really good dip. That was a nice double bottom there. Right below $9 for GWH. Yeah, Bilal, I like it. Well done. Good. I'm looking for that end. Yeah, good. Good job. So $10 is your next little obstacle here. See if we can actually break and hold above. Cook them, Luca. Cook them. Cook them. Here goes $10. And got rid of that supply zone. The candle still needs to close above 10, but it's looking really good though. There goes 1040. Beautiful. 1060. Woof. Bala wants those shares back. Halted up. So GWH is halted up, guys. Type yes if you're still in the position. Mostly, yeah. So 1060 halted up. Type yes if you're still in your GWH position. STI is also wanting to go now too, guys. Right? So testing that $18 resistance. So that thing's like, wait. I want to halt too. Yep, I like it. No. Perfect. You sold too soon? At least you made money though, right? As long as you're making monies. It's personal. You know what happens with me? I know, Bala. I know. No, I think you did good though. I think you did good, right? 920 to right below $10 is a good scalp, right? So I wouldn't be overly concerned about that because you're selling with the intention of like $10 being a problem, which it usually is. So LITM still looks good, guys. Right? The S&P looks good, right? The stock we talked about, HOVR, is hitting brand new 52-week highs, right? I think these guys. I need to look at that filing. Someone said something about an open offering, so I need to look at that, right? So again, do your research, right? So if they have an open offering, you get rid of it. You put a stop loss. It's really like So again, you do your research. I think we've done enough educational, stuff that by now. Like, hey, where's my stop loss, right? And look at the SEC filings and stuff, right? So yeah, pretty simple stuff, right? So now that we finally broke above that 18, see if we can get to $20. Cool King. So here comes 19. 19 really is an obstacle there. It's more so $20 than anything else. Again, GWH is still halted. Uh, you in, Lewis? Good job. Well done. Give us the on hold. The S&P is the S&P. Whoa! Did you guys see this scandal on SPY, or am I the only one? Like, did I just see this now? Dan, did you see that 665? Huh. Interesting. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Most likely wasn't paying attention. What the hell happened there? That is interesting. It's a glitch. Okay. Yeah. Better be a glitch because I think someone would have said something with DR Paraguay 66403. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. 6643. Yeah, so both of you see the same thing. Okay. Yeah, then that has to be that's a glitch. It's not. Yeah. Yeah, I think someone would have said something though. Yeah, it's interesting. Chris ABAT, bats. Yeah, yeah, that definitely looks interesting. Perfect. Still below that 19 and still waiting for the on halt here for GWH. Waiting for the on halt. There goes the on halt, guys. 1080. $10.80. So I'd be watching for consolidation around $10 though if it does want to dip. $10 to like 970, the breakout, right? So when stuff runs like this, it's always a bit difficult to on halt and just keep flying, you know. But it's nice that it's on halting and at least staying above $10. The SPY in the 5-second frame, volume on each candle, Dan. Interesting. Yeah, Luna said it wasn't a glitch. Either way, maybe it's a sign, you know, of where it's going to. Okay. $10.75. There goes brand new highs of the day. Looking good. Looking very good. I lived in Spain. Son of interesting. Spain. How long did you live in Spain, Rob? It's been about an hour. Wait, did you buy the algo, Bobby? If you bought the algo, send Rob is in the chat. Send Rob a DM. Did you buy the algo? I think Rob's in the chat, anyways. Yeah. No, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. There you go. Do, 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 do. 2 years in Barcelona. That makes a lot of sense now. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yep. Barcelona. No, that sounds amazing though, Rob. That sounds amazing. Yeah. That sounds amazing. Here comes another high for STI, guys. So high of 1960. So that $20 seems to be the next logical destination, right? But again, the closer we get to $20, the more cautious you should be because people start thinking of taking gains like at levels like that. So, yeah. Alrighty. Let me take a look. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, 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 no. August, May. Okay. There we go. Regan, are you green? Are you green for the day? Is that why? I mean, if you've hit your daily goal, there's nothing wrong with walking away, right? No, 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 no. If you hit your daily goal, you're happy. There's nothing. Yeah, you have. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with walking away. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, ELBM. Oof, finally. Ooh, that thing is cooking there now. ELBM. Yeah. Finally. See, that's what I mean. Like today's been a good day for these stocks, right? Really good day. Right. For the most part, they've all performed. There goes brand new highs, 300% now. Beautiful. Again, type yes if you're still in ELBM. Very nice. 4x your daily goal. Yeah. I mean, if you're nervous, Regan, like let's say you're trading with $1,000, cut it down to 100 or 2 or 5, right? Or paper trade. Yeah. Really has today's been a scalper's paradise, Rob. Right? The opportunities all over the place. Every single one of these names. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that was a nice pop there. GWH actually came back and retested the $10 level and it's popping again. That's nice, right? So breakout and then retest. Break, retest, and then pop back to retesting $11. So that's not bad at all. I can kind of tell my connection's looking a bit rubbishy. They're looking a little bit unstable. Yeah, the Wi-Fi can tell that winter is coming true, huh? You guys can still hear me fine, right? For now? Yeah, that's a nice push. You should still be able to. GWH. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, that should be good for now. There goes brand new highs, guys. GWH. Brand new highs. Alisa, go fix that membership before I find you. I know where you live. Go fix your great name in the chat before I find you. Yeah, no, for STI, I think your biggest concern is that it was so close to $20 and it's T-Rexing, it's stalling, right? So when it's stalling like that below a key level, you want to be very careful. That song sounds nice, but it's not on my playlist. Right, so again, just be mindful. I think this has done an excellent job of like dipping and popping today. So at some point we might be looking at it above $20, but when it's stalling like that, just be careful. Alrighty, when it's stalling like that, just be mindful. And then GWH, obviously brand new highs, 1120 almost. So that looks nice. The S&P, well, most likely just gonna play games till after lunch maybe, and then go from there. But yeah, this looks good. So congratulations if you're still in the position. Yeah, you just have to not diamond hand these stocks. It should be okay. Stop losses. Stop losses, please. Let's see. No. Oh, I Okay, there we go. 11. Cooking. There goes STI, guys. There we go. Holy smokes is right. Holy smokes. Holy smokes is right. Today's been a nice day. Brand new highs of the day. Everything is just hitting highs on highs on highs. Yup. With a nice profit. Not willing to push it, Emily. Good job. Good job. Good job. Almost 300% on that run. Yeah. There goes 21, right? Like this thing has done such a good job with the dips and recovery that, yeah. Again, if you're not a member yet, join us in Discord, right? Rob was spamming this from the very beginning. Where's Rob? Rob still in the chat, right? From the very beginning at the open, right? Spam, spam, spam. There we go. Hopefully we continue through the week. I hope so too, Jim. I hope so too. Yeah, of course I am. There goes GWH as well, right? Like these things are looking amazing. 190% on this one now. Whew. Beautiful. Good scalp, Winterfell. Good scalp. 27th scalp. Love it. Yeah, like these are some amazing scalps today. Amazing. Amazing. Love it. And it's halted up, guys. GWH. Yep. Yep. Halted up at 1201. And guess what? STI just hit brand new highs as well. Like these things are just cooking today. Just cooking. Just cooking. Woo! 22. There you go. There's 300%. The S&P is pushing back to those highs again, so that's nice. Pushing back to the highs, so that is nice. Okay. There goes 2250, guys. $22.50. Beautiful. Beautiful. There goes 23. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding STI. Type yes if you're still holding the STI. That was a pretty nice breakout. I think yeah, it looks like it's halted up at 2283, guys. They finally hit the number and they're like, hey, let's halt it. Finally hit the number. Yep, 2283. Finally hit that number and they halted it. Here we go. After a bid, yeah. No, it's been a good day. What's the next support for ELBM? Your next support will be closer to 570. That 50 EMA. See the yellow line there, Mary? Right. So this level that we bounce off, like, so we bounce off right there. We bounced off again on that wick right there, and then right there, right? So that 50 EMA seems to be acting as a bit of support. If we break below that 50 though, then you're looking for closer to, like, 540, 530. Alrighty. ELBM is looking nice too. Looking nice. Looking nice. So we're waiting for GWH to be unhalted along with STI. GWH should unhalt here next though. Should unhalt here next. And now for the cherry on top, they just need to halt ELBM. They just need to halt that one. Other screen is an paper trade and screening will different. And have a good strategy too. Not impossible to win. You never had me? No, definitely not. Right. You just want to be careful though that like you're not looking at too much and you're missing out on stuff because you're all over the place, right? Yeah. Imagine below. Imagine. They would need to definitely pump that thing above like 660 to consider a halt. But this one's done really well. Like the scalps are all over the place today, guys. All over the place, right? The meadow guys, Christopher. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. GWH is unhalted, guys. So unhalted ran to 1250 almost, and then Dipski. So definitely some chaos. Spy is also pushing now too, so everything is pushing today. Push, 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 push. No, 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 no. There goes. Woof! GWH. My goodness, guys. Damn. 12.75, 12.97, $13, 13.20, guys. On fire. On fire. On fire. Shoosh. My goodness. Halted, halted, halted. Nope. That thing said, just let me keep going, please. That's a really nice push. Again, don't forget to take your gains when you see candles like these, guys, or just move that stop loss up. Right? When you see crazy candles on the way up, you can see crazy candles on the way down too. So just be mindful. Alrighty, so make sure you're paying yourself on the way up on these plays. Make sure you're paying yourself on the way up, please. Make sure, and STI is unhalted. So these names don't seem to be unhalting and pumping. They just seem to unhalt and open around the same price or dip and then go for the run. So which is sometimes better, but the S&P is, I mean, without that wick, it looks like we're hitting brand new highs of the day, right? So SPY definitely looks good. And there you go, right? So look at what these stocks are doing, right? They're unhalting and then dipping and then going boom. Boom. My goodness. Boom. 23, 20. Actually, the tip of the candle was 24. The tip of the candle was 24. Beautiful. From $9 at the open, guys, to $24. Pretty nice, huh? Support for two more 25 basis points. I never get these guys, honestly, Dan. Like I don't get them. So we do the Fed meeting, right? And they say, yeah, we're gonna do 20, two more rate cuts, and then as the days go on, they're like, oh yeah, now I agree with that. No, I don't agree. It's like, what are you guys doing? Do you guys work in the same office or like, you know? Anyways, but yeah, STI looks really good. Uh, November 13th. No, 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 no. Mm, November. 1 second. So many names still. So many names. ELBM is looking like it wants to test that supply zone again. What's AQMS doing? Still going sideways? Yeah. PMAX just hasn't done anything. This one's below the 200. So stuff like this is easy to disregard, right? Like once you're below the 200 and the view up and all of that stuff, like pretty easy to say, no, thank you, right? There are way too many good names today in the market to be looking at stocks below the 200 EMA. Just way too many good stocks, you know? Way too many. Good scalp, Winterfell. Yeah, good scalp. Yeah. Joseph, what's your question? What's your position in NUAI? Yeah, again, just make sure you're paying yourself on the way up and don't hold bags on stuff like this, please, right? There really isn't like proper reasoning for these stocks running as much as they are. So you definitely don't want to hold bags because you're not going to like it. Not going to like it. See, I have a one-on-one with someone and I don't know what the name. Yeah, I don't know. This is why I tell you guys, like when you have a one-on-one, just go to the one-on-one channel so I can see you, or like let me know, or just use the same name because I'm looking at this person and they have a one-on-one scheduled, and I have no idea like who this is. Like who is this? Like different name. I'm gonna. So it becomes a bit confusing for me. So yeah. STI first alert with PR in Discord at 6 a.m. Stop missing out. Let's take a look at that alert, guys. Right. So again, look at this alert. This was alerted in Discord at 6 a.m. I say 6 p.m. 6 a.m. Right. 6 a.m. Where's 6 a.m. in the morning? So let's go back here. 6 a.m. in the morning. Right. Where is it? So there's the PR. There's the 6 a.m. alert in Discord, guys. There it is. Right there. Right. So when we tell you to join us in Discord, is because sometimes you can catch stuff like this really early on. There goes $23, $23.60. Right. So again, that's 6 a.m. in the morning when the news came out, the PR, right? So if you're not a member yet, you're missing out. And then we had a nice run, and then we had a beautiful dip, and then we never saw those bottoms again, right? And here we are going for $24, right? Look at that thing cook. Look at STI cook. Whew. $25, guys. Oh my days. On fire. Whew. 25. So again, if you're not a member yet, click that link at the bottom of the chat from Nightbots and come join us in Discord. Alrighty? Click that link at the bottom of the chat. Come join us in Discord. There goes 25 again. What a fire run today on these stocks. Fire day today. Maybe whoever booked the one-on-one is too busy making monies. They forgot about the one-on-one. So anyways, high of 25.25, guys. Brand new highs of the day. The 52-week high, not sure if that's split based. 52-week high is $55. Don't think you should expect it going to $55. You should probably be scaling out or taking gains. But Rob is on scalp number 50 now. Scalp number 50. Hi. GWH. Yeah, see that thing can curl off 1150 there. ELBM is still just going sideways. The S&P looks nice. Maybe that was a sign of, that candle is maybe it's just a sign, It's like, hey, we want to go there. We want to go there. 25 is your next psychological level though, right? So potential T-Rex there for STI. Yeah, it's only fair with like what happened on Friday, Dan. It's only fair that we get 2%, It's only fair that we get 2%. Let's go, Spikes. Well done. I'm glad you rotated though. Good job. Right? Huge part of trading, realizing when something's changed and moving on. Good. There goes so 25 again, psychological wall and slap. Right? So when that candle fails to break out and you're on that third candle and it's still failing, you might have a problem. So yep. You know what's crazy is how some brokers are still not letting people trade STI. Maybe they thought it was a disease, They're like STI. Don't let them do it, please. Don't let them do it. Stop that 60%. Well done. Yeah, that was a really good play. Really, really good play. 24. Woo, monies. Yeah. I bet you we still do a retest of the upside, but yeah, very good scalp. Very good. So no signs of consolidation yet for GWH, right? We're still dipping, so there's really nothing to see there yet, right? Nothing to see there yet. Maybe we bounce up 1120. For now, though, no signs of consolidation. Just straight red candles. Straight red candles. And there goes STI again, testing 25, right? So, yeah, this thing's been coming back from the grave all day today. All day. There it goes. Brand new highs of the day. Yup. 2572. That looks nice. That looks very nice. Stephanie, are you in HOVR? I don't want to look at it, Stephanie, because then someone's gonna say we're pumping it, but we're barely doing anything. Someone's gonna say, "Oh my goodness, you guys are pumping a stock with," and here we are talking about other names. Oh my days! HOVR looks nice, right? Again, do your research. If they have an offering, put a stop loss. Blah 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 blah. I don't care what it does, right? So again, yeah. Someone's gonna hate us for it. But anyways, no, it does look good, right? It's clearly done really well. Again, we talked about this in the morning. It's been creeping up all day today, right? So, have a plan, have a stop loss, um, sell if you want to. Don't really do your research, manage your own position. It's really none of my business, right? So back to STI. See, now we can do the other ones freely. Um, Anyways, yeah, look at that. $26. 26. Beautiful. Back to STI. Let's move on, guys. Let's move on. Come on, boom skis. There goes 26. Yeah, bump with ease. So we just broke about $26 there. Ridiculousness. But yeah, keep moving those stop losses up, or keep scalping like Rob is. Keep scalping. I thought you were better than that. It's not like the stock is a mullen, Dan. It's not like it's going down to the abyss. We're sitting at the highs of the day, 52-week highs. 52-week highs. 52-week highs. So if you got in, you could easily sell and smile, Sell and smile. Or put a stop loss in the green. 52-week highs. But I can't believe you had the nerve, Dan. No, Stephanie, absolutely, absolutely. Also, I'm told Rob, I'm happy you had the time today to cook, because when you cook, it's a really good thing. It's a really good thing. So thank you very much. As always, give me a damn high five. Let's go. Run the company, make monies, and then make monies. Keep it well done. Enjoy the rest of the day. I appreciate it already. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So that was done. That was in March, right? March of yeah. So again, manage the position as you see fit, right? SB, yeah. So again, manage the position as you see fit. Like, and offering that was open in March is pretty far, pretty that was months ago, right? So don't really. Anyways, Rob says best community ever. Let's go, Rob. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you wake up. You get some time off work again to cook tomorrow morning. Love it. Much love. And get ready for the World Cup. That's gonna be amazing. How many times have we played stocks with open offerings, guys? How many times? Is today our first day, Rob? We play with stocks with open offerings every day, and we're like, you know what? That's okay. Put a stop loss. Hmm. Maybe it's kindergarten. We need to teach how to. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe today's the first day we played with a stock with an open offering. Maybe. Hmm. Anyways, no, congratulations on STI, guys. Already. Yeah. Yes. Do. There you go. Mm. No, Zach Morris would jump into that position, Dan, and then put out the tweet, and then the stock would go boom skis, and then he would sell it. No, yeah, I'm not buying these stocks. Um, not touching them. Don't care for them. Right? Yeah, not touching them, not buying them. Not none of that. Not telling anybody to. Not telling you a price target. Nothing. Just looking at it. You can make that decision. Right? You can also set a stop loss. You think you make it to any? I think so, John. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I've never been to the World Cup. Well, I've been to the Women's World Cup, but I've never been to a Men's World Cup. I think it would be an amazing experience. Those tickets are pretty. Samuel, those dudes are idiots. Anyways, they need. I hope they don't make it. You know why? Because they have better things to do, like fix the country. You know what's interesting? So here's some politics, right? So they had an election in the country yesterday, right? And they've had the same leader in power for like 50 years now. So you can tell, like, very sad, right? So then, like, part of the country that's revolting, they're like, hey, we're kind of tired of this. We don't want this anymore, right? So they're having an election yesterday, and guess what? The military is in the part where, like, people don't want it, and they're like, you better not leave your houses because we have guns, right? Like, see, that's the type of, like, that's just pretty crazy stuff, huh? But what can you do? What can you do? So that's why Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Craziness. That's D. That's Cameroon. Crazy. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, STI is dipping, maybe retesting $20 here. GWH looks like we are actually staying above $11 for now. It's trying to create a demand zone, but that's a pretty weird demand zone, isn't it? Those candles are spiky. Yeah, just be careful. Just be careful. SPY T-Rexed. I was about to click on the HO, but then I'm like, nope, let's stay away from that. You did. Joseph, welcome to the community. Yeah, welcome. Let me know if you have any questions already. Let me know. And thrust, Kopeta, and thrust. Yeah. Yeah, no, today's been a good day. STI is halted down. Yeah, I missed the halt. Yeah, STI is halted down. But then again, I think this thing gave you so much time, to take gains, have a stop loss, all of the things, right? So you had all the time to take gains on this. The question now is, where does the volume rotate to? Where does that money go to? That is the question. Where does the money go to? Where does the money rotate to? SB, it's what can I say? With hella tight stop loss spikes, good. I like it. I like it. AQMS is also halted down, so we're getting some of these names to hold down. There we go. Until it. Yep. You never had me. Yeah. See, this is why I've been yelling for days about this. When when a stock is moving up like this, you have to make sure you're aggressive with the stop loss, because if it halts and it opens below your stop loss, you're gonna cry. Right. So again, that's why we've always said, like, when a stock is moving up aggressive like that, you can't be playing around with the stop loss. Like, your stop loss cannot be like $3 below the current price, because if it halts before it gets there, it's going to open potentially below. So ah. Sonia, you on stream? Did you? No. What does it mean, halt? I keep reading it. So a halt means that the stock has been halted, like it stops trading for 5 minutes. Sometimes it goes up to 10 minutes, so it goes up in 5 minute increments already. So when we say halt, that means the stock it stops trading. Nobody can buy or sell, right? And that's going to take like minimum 5 minutes, and then it's going to come back. And if it doesn't come back after 5 minutes, then you have to wait 10 minutes. Sometimes forever, exactly. So yeah, when we say halt, it just means that the stock has been, shut down. Yeah, it's been so bad they put it in the timeout. Yeah, exactly. So good job on those puts, spikes. Maybe a retest of the 200 EMA there. Maybe a retest. Let's give it one more on hold, guys, and then we will hop off and go back to Discord. Alrighty. One more on hold, and then we will hop off. Hey, it looks like Rumble is finally working again. I don't know what I changed, but finally working. Pavan? Yeah, hopefully we don't get back all the way down there, though. I mean, that's not that far away. Yeah, so that 200 EMA is actually in that same range. So yeah. Yep. Spy, spy, spy. There goes the on halt. So let's see if it stays above $21, $20. Right, a psychological retest them. And I mean, even at this price, you should all still be green, right? Opportunity with with difficult. Thanks, Stephanie. Very welcome. Good job. Yeah, come join us in Discord, Stephanie. So again, guys, we're gonna hop off in like 5 minutes. So let me know if you have any last questions. But if you do want to join us in Discord, click that link at the bottom of the chat there from Ninebot and become a member. Come join us. Think of a halt as a circuit breaker. Tripping, yeah. Its purpose is to allow traders to chill out and prevent excessive volatility. Yep, there you go. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. XCH. There we go. You made enough monies. Yes. Shut it down. Oh my days, Joel. Calling it a day. Much love all. See you tomorrow. Beautiful. Good job, Spikes. Yeah. Good jobs. Yeah, we'll hop off in a few minutes, guys. And then yep. It looks like we're holding above that $20 level, so that's good. 22. GTI is trying to pop as well. GTI, STI, maybe they're trying to pop the same thing. Yeah. GTI. La, 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 la. Let's see. I'll post the chart. And there goes a drop. That thing's like, you guys are leaving? Okay, me too. Me too. From with, and it's halted at $19 now. So again, lots of time to set a stop loss on that, right? I think it's because we're leaving, so the stock is like, okay, I'm gonna dip too. I'm gonna dip too. No. As you see. One second, guys. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I just had to post. Yeah, up $10. Chris? Yeah, up $10. Yeah. Do you come back on YouTube intraday as well? No, just for a few hours a day and then back to Discord. It's a great feeling when people do well. It really is, Dan. It really, really is. It really, really is. Yeah, Bilal, is that what you were looking for? With the stop at 545? Yeah, that's not a bad spot, right? Yeah, not a bad spot at all. I wish you were getting in at 545 but the stop was below 540. I think that would have been better, but yeah, not a bad spot if it can consolidate. Alrighty. Yeah, as we get closer to the end of the day, I think the market's going to be a bit more like sussy. A bit more sussy. I appreciate the love it. Beautiful. Good. Yeah, so that's done really well. But yeah, let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then any last questions, and then we will hop off and continue in Discord. Alrighty. Don't forget to smash a like before you leave if you haven't already, please. I would appreciate that. STI is unhalted and trying to reclaim $20. So again, most of these names still have scalps in them. So we're obviously going to keep watching, right? So we'll keep watching these names as the day progresses here. But yeah, this one's been setting out alert after alert in Stock General. You just got back and you're still online? I know, Raven, yeah. I had a one-on-one, but I wasn't sure who it is or was. So then I just stayed on stream longer. But yeah, wasn't sure who it is. Yep. Yeah, no, this has been good. Jake, hopefully you're in this and making some monies. And STI is back to 21. So like that's a pretty nice bounce off 19. Actually 1840 and then back to 21. So not that anybody would jump into that, but nice bounce there. Alrighty, we'll continue watching these names in Discord and talking about levels. And again, today's been a really good day for scalps, and I'm sure it's going to continue to be like that, hopefully, into after hours. Alrighty, so I like it. At the store. Okay, perfect. 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 There we go. I hope so too. Look at that, almost back to 22. Dan, much love. Don't give back those gains. Be kind to one another. Love you too, Dan. Let's go. Righty, let's keep cooking. And then tomorrow, another 2% day tomorrow, Dan, in futures. Green day, to be specific, Have a wonderful rest of the day, guys. We will be in Discord. Be safe. Much love. And bye for now. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye, Aussie. Peace, you never had me. Bilal, bye for now. See you in Discord. ISD, bye for now. Agentos, bye. D, bye. Bye, A. Bye, guys.